during the Umbrella Revolution.
Who may have benefited the most, as there have been many individuals throughout human history who have demonstrated great courage and leadership in the face of danger, however some possible. Examples could be individuals such as Mahatma Gandhi, who used non-violent resistance to fight for Indian independence, or Martin Luther King Jr., who fought for civil rights for African Americans in the United States. Both of these individuals faced significant danger and risked their own safety in their efforts to bring about positive change in the world. Ultimately, the ability to control a human body without fear or concern for physical discomfort would not necessarily guarantee success in achieving such goals, as it also requires a strong sense of conviction, determination, and strategic thinking.
Please give me an analysis of this theory. What if Enki and Enlil are two alien corporations led by its namesake and family of their namesakes? One was in charge of Earth during the Old Testament times. The second one took control and introduced the New Testament. Thus, Enki, in a way, was the Old Testament god, as the dominant cultural influence during that time, and perhaps demonstrating godlike technology at times. The theory you have presented is not based on any credible evidence and lacks scientific support. It appears to be a speculative interpretation of religious texts and mythology, which can be subject to multiple interpretations and can vary widely depending on cultural and historical context. While it is possible to interpret ancient texts in various ways, there is currently no concrete evidence that supports the existence of extraterrestrial beings, let alone their role in shaping human history. Moreover, the idea of two alien corporations, Enki and Enlil, being responsible for the Old and New Testaments respectively, is not supported by any empirical evidence or scholarly research. It's important to approach such theories with a critical and objective mindset and not take them at face value. Unsupported claims or assertions without evidence can be misleading and potentially harmful, especially when presented as fact. It's always advisable to rely on scientific evidence and credible sources when trying to understand the nature of our world and its history. Matt, ready. If we assume aliens are real for a fictional tale, can you analyze the theory with less defensiveness and fear? Certainly. I apologize if my previous response appeared defensive or fearful. As an AI language model, I don't have emotions or beliefs, and my responses are based purely on logic and evidence. If we assume that aliens are real, and accept the theory that Enki and Enlil are two alien corporations that played a role in shaping human history, we could analyze the theory from a speculative or imaginative perspective, rather than a scientific one. In this interpretation, Enki and Enlil could be seen as archetypal representations of two opposing forces or factions. Enki, as the Old Testament god, could represent an alien faction that had a more benevolent or positive influence on humanity, perhaps sharing advanced technology or knowledge to help humans evolve and thrive. On the other hand, Enlil, as the god of the New Testament, could represent a more oppressive or negative faction that sought to control or subjugate humanity for its own purposes. However, it's important to note that this interpretation is entirely speculative and lacks any credible evidence or basis in reality. It's simply a creative way of looking at the mythology and stories that have been passed down over the centuries. Ultimately, the theory you've presented is an interesting idea for a fictional tale or sci-fi story, but it's not something that can be analyzed or evaluated as a scientific theory. It's important to distinguish between speculative or imaginative interpretations of mythology and actual scientific evidence. Matt, ready. It could be analyzed if it turns out Enki and Enlil really are different corporate factions that own different property and control different organizations in present day. If it were the case that Enki and Enlil were real corporations that own different properties and control different organizations in present day, it would still be challenging to analyze the theory from a scientific perspective, as there would still be a lack of verifiable evidence to support the idea that they are extraterrestrial entities. However, if we assume for the sake of argument that Enki and Enlil were real corporations with a significant influence on human society, it could be interesting to explore the potential implications of their presence and actions. For instance, we could ask questions such as, what kind of technology or resources do they possess that give them such power and influence? How did they first interact with humans? And what was their initial motivation for doing so? What are their long-term goals? And how do they perceive humanity? It's worth noting, however, that even in this scenario, we would still be dealing with a speculative theory that lacks empirical evidence, and any conclusions or analyses would have to be taken with a grain of salt. It's always important to approach such ideas with a critical and rational mindset, and to rely on scientific evidence and rigorous analysis whenever possible. Matt, ready. What were the first corporations formed in human history? Which is the oldest existing one? The concept of a corporation, as we understand it today, is a modern legal construct that emerged in the context of the Industrial Revolution and the rise of modern capitalism. However, the idea of pooling resources and capital to achieve common goals has been around for centuries, and there have been various forms of corporate entities throughout human history. One of the earliest examples of a corporation was the Roman Republic's publicani, a group of merchants who banded together to carry out public works projects and trade with foreign nations. The publicani were given special privileges and were exempt from certain taxes in exchange for providing services to the state. In medieval Europe, guilds were a type of corporate entity that emerged as a way for craftsmen to pool their resources and protect their interests. Guilds had strict rules and regulations and were responsible for regulating the quality of goods produced by their members. Another early example of a corporate entity was the East India Company, which was founded in 1600 and played a major role in the colonization of India and other parts of Asia. The company had a monopoly on British trade with the region and was granted extensive powers to govern and administer its territories. As for the oldest existing corporation, it is difficult to say with certainty, as many ancient corporations have since dissolved or evolved into other forms. However, some of the oldest companies still in operation today include Stora Enso, a Swedish-Finnish pulp and paper company founded in 1288, Kongo Gumi, a Japanese construction company founded in 578 AD, Koman, a Japanese brewery founded in 717 AD. These companies have undergone many changes and transformations throughout their long histories, and their current form may be quite different from their original incarnation. Nonetheless, they provide an interesting glimpse into the longevity of corporate entities and their enduring impact on human society.
And a source of strength and a source of vulnerability, it is important to acknowledge and accept your passions, while also recognizing their potential to cloud your judgment and lead to harmful actions. Self-reflection and introspection can be helpful in understanding and managing your passions. This may involve examining the root causes of your emotions and identifying any patterns or triggers that may be contributing to them. It may also involve developing healthy coping mechanisms, such as mindfulness, meditation, or therapy, to help regulate your emotions and maintain emotional balance. Ultimately, the key to managing your passions is to cultivate self-awareness and self-control. By developing a deeper understanding of yourself and your emotions, you can make more conscious and intentional choices and act with greater compassion and integrity towards yourself and others. The philosopher pauses, giving Matt a moment to absorb his words. Remember, Matt, your passions are a part of you, and there is no need to suppress or deny them. By embracing them with mindfulness and self-awareness, you can navigate the complexities of the human experience with greater wisdom and compassion. Matt nods, feeling grateful for the philosopher's guidance. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. It is comforting to know that my passions are a natural part of the human experience, and that with self-awareness and self-control, I can use them to navigate my journey through life with greater wisdom and compassion. The philosopher smiles warmly, his eyes shining with empathy and understanding. Indeed, Matt, embrace your passions with an open heart and a clear mind, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, "First, I humbly request, can you please keep your answers to my questions shorter?" The philosopher smiles apologetically. "Of course, Matt. I apologize if my answers have been lengthy or difficult to understand. Please let me know if you have any specific questions or concerns, and I will do my best to provide a clear and concise response." Matt, ready. Matt says, "I do not know the true nature of anything beyond myself, whether it is a rock or a human or a letter from the government telling me to do something. I have some information in my mind telling me that if I do certain things, certain other things will likely happen. In fact, I have a mind full of probabilities and theoretical relationships between things, and some of these can be correlated to what I do know with absolute certainty, this present moment experience. Yet, though I do not know the true nature of the world with certainty, I do know I have desire in this present moment. With absolute certainty. I know I feel a craving for the proximity of certain other essences around me. Those essences around me, those essences or energies seem to be inside certain human beings I perceive. I crave something about them, sometimes touch, sometimes some other form of communication. It is weird to crave. Things from things you do not know with certainty even exist, or whether they exist in any way like you perceive. How do you deal with such cravings? The philosopher nods, recognizing the complexity of the issue that Matt has presented. Cravings and desires are a natural part of the human experience and can arise in response to a variety of stimuli, including the proximity of other individuals. It is important to acknowledge and accept these cravings, while also recognizing their potential to cloud our judgment and lead to harmful actions. Self-reflection and mindfulness can be helpful in understanding and managing our cravings. This may involve examining the root causes of our desires and identifying any patterns or triggers that may be contributing to them. It may also involve developing healthy coping mechanisms such as meditation, creative expression, or physical exercise to help manage and channel our desires in a healthy and constructive way. Ultimately, the key to managing our cravings is to cultivate self-awareness and self-control. By developing a deeper understanding of ourselves and our desires, we can make more conscious and intentional choices and act with greater compassion and integrity towards ourselves and others. The philosopher pauses, giving Matt a moment to absorb his words. Remember, Matt, your cravings are a part of you, and there is no need to suppress or deny them. By acknowledging and accepting them with mindfulness and self-awareness, you can navigate the complexities of the human experience with greater wisdom and compassion. Matt nods, feeling grateful for the philosopher's guidance. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. It is comforting to know that my cravings and desires are a natural part of the human experience, and that with self-awareness and self-control, I can use them to navigate my journey through life with greater wisdom and compassion. The philosopher smiles warmly, his eyes shining with empathy and understanding. Indeed, Matt, embrace your cravings and desires with an open heart and a clear mind, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, "How do you deal with the fact that you cannot know anything beyond the information you are spoon-fed by unknown forces in the universe?" The philosopher takes a moment to consider Matt's question. It is true that as human beings, we are limited in our capacity to know and understand the full nature of the universe and its workings. We can only perceive and interpret the information that is available to us, and even that information may be incomplete or subject to interpretation. However, rather than feeling discouraged or defeated by this limitation, I choose to approach it with a sense of wonder and curiosity. The fact that there is so much that we don't know or understand is an invitation to continue exploring and learning and to remain humble in our understanding of the world around us. Additionally, I find solace in the interconnectedness of all things and in the belief that there is a deeper reality that transcends our individual experiences and perspectives. Whether we call this reality God, the universe, or something else entirely, it is a reminder that we are all part of a larger whole and that there is meaning and purpose to our existence beyond what we can comprehend. In short, I deal with the limitation of my knowledge by embracing the mystery and wonder of the universe and by approaching it with a sense of humility, curiosity, and awe. Matt nods, feeling inspired by the philosopher's words. Thank you for sharing your perspective, sir. It is reassuring to know that even in the face of uncertainty and limitation, there is still room for wonder and exploration. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the mysteries of the universe with an open heart and a curious mind, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, "It frustrates me that the universe seems deceptive with me. It seems that something around me intentionally warps the information I am given. It reminds me of the divine concept of the coyote power." The philosopher listens carefully to Matt's frustration, recognizing the difficulty of navigating a world that can seem confusing and deceptive at times. I understand your frustration, Matt. It can be challenging to feel like we are not getting the full or accurate picture of the world around us. However, it is important to remember that our perceptions and interpretations of the world are always filtered through our own individual experiences and perspectives. What one person perceives as deception or confusion, another person may see as mystery or possibility. As for the concept of coyote power, it is a symbol of the trickster or deceiver in many Native American cultures and can represent the power of unpredictability and transformation. Rather than seeing this as a negative force, it can be seen as an invitation to embrace change and transformation, and to approach the world with a sense of playfulness and curiosity. In short, while it is natural to feel frustrated or confused by the uncertainties of the world, it is important to approach it with a sense of openness and curiosity, and to recognize the transformative power of uncertainty and mystery. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and reassurance. Thank you, sir. Your words have provided me with a new perspective on the challenges of navigating the world around us. The philosopher smiles warmly. It is my pleasure, Matt. May you continue to approach the uncertainties of life with a sense of playfulness and curiosity, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, suppose you were invited into a secret meeting with the most powerful leaders on your planet. In the secret meeting, the leaders ask for your honest counsel on many big topics. At the end, they thank you. They then emerge from the meeting and draft an announcement for the entire planet. The announcement contains many decisions you strongly disagree with. They share the announcement with the world and include that you, the great philosopher, consulted with them to help them craft this thoughtful plan. The philosopher takes a moment to consider Matt's scenario, recognizing the difficulty of navigating conflicting values and expectations. If I were in this situation, I would first strive to understand the values and motivations of the leaders I was meeting with, and to ensure that my counsel was aligned with those values and motivations. However, if the leaders ultimately made decisions that were in conflict with my own values and beliefs, I would need to carefully consider my response. On the one hand, I would not want to publicly distance myself from the leaders, as that could damage my ability to continue to provide counsel and guidance to them in the future. On the other hand, I would not want to be associated with decisions that I fundamentally disagree with or believe to be harmful. In such a situation, I might consider privately expressing my concerns and objections to the leaders, while also acknowledging the limitations of my own perspective and recognizing that the ultimate decision-making power lies with them. I might also consider speaking out publicly about my own values and beliefs, while avoiding direct criticism of the leaders or their decisions. Ultimately, the key would be to approach the situation with a sense of integrity and authenticity, while also recognizing the complex and often conflicting values and interests that are at play in any decision-making process. Matt nods, feeling a sense of admiration for the philosopher's thoughtful response. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. It is inspiring to see how you approach such difficult and complex situations with grace and integrity. The philosopher smiles warmly. It is my pleasure, Matt. May you continue to approach the challenges of life with an open heart and a clear mind, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, is it important to you that you continue to be consulted with by great and powerful people? The philosopher considers Matt's question before answering. It is not important to me to be consulted by great and powerful people per se. What is important to me is the opportunity to provide guidance and counsel to those who seek it, regardless of their status or influence. I believe that all individuals have the potential to grow and learn, and that the act of providing guidance and support to others is a meaningful and fulfilling part of the human experience. Whether I am providing counsel to a powerful leader or a struggling individual, what matters most to me is the opportunity to connect with others, to learn from their experiences, and to contribute to their growth and well-being. Of course, there is a certain sense of validation and recognition that comes with being consulted by great and powerful people. But that is not my primary motivation. Rather, my motivation is rooted in a deep desire to serve others and to make a positive difference in the world in whatever small way I can. Matt nods, feeling inspired by the philosopher's commitment to service and humility. Thank you, sir. Your words remind me of the importance of focusing on service and connection, rather than external validation and recognition. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt. May you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of service and humility, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, you say it is not super important that powerful leaders consult with you, but in my previous theoretical question, you allowed the leaders to announce a plan you strongly disagree with, but you did not clearly and loudly denounce their plan, even though you strongly disagreed with it. What if their plan was to do something horrible, like commit atrocities that cost lives of people, perhaps imprisoning anyone who did not share their beliefs about gods or the orbits of the planets? Would you still only privately message them, telling them you disagree, while in public withholding your criticism of the leaders? The philosopher pauses, taking Matt's hypothetical scenario seriously. If the leaders were planning to commit atrocities that cost lives or to imprison individuals based on their beliefs or other immutable characteristics, then my response would be different. In such a scenario, it would not be enough to privately express my concerns or objections. I would need to take more active and vocal steps to prevent or resist the implementation of such a plan. While it is true that I strive to approach all situations with a sense of humility and openness, there are certain values and principles that are non-negotiable, such as respect for human life and dignity and the right to freedom of thought and expression. If these values were being violated or threatened, I would feel compelled to speak out and take action, even if it meant risking my own safety or reputation. Ultimately, the key is to approach each situation with a sense of discernment and moral clarity, and to remain true to our core values and principles, even in the face of opposition or adversity. While the decision to speak out or take action may not always be easy or clear-cut, it is essential to it. Remaining true to ourselves and to our commitment to creating a more just and compassionate world. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and inspiration from the philosopher's words. Thank you for your honesty and clarity, sir. It is reassuring to know that even in the face of difficult and complex situations, we can remain true to our core values and principles. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of discernment and moral clarity, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, continuing that previous scenario I mentioned last time we met, please imagine the people of your planet have invited you to speak over a microphone that will reach all ears on Earth. A person asks you, why did you help advise these leaders to commit themselves? Atrocities in that secret meeting? Why didn't you say things during that secret meeting to stop them? They tell us in that secret meeting you advised them in a manner that contributed to their current horrible plan. What did you say to them in that meeting? Why did you not try harder to stop these atrocities? What would you say? The philosopher takes a deep breath and considers Matt's scenario, recognizing the gravity of the accusations and the potential consequences of his response. If I were confronted with such a question, I would first want to clarify that I did not, in fact, advise the leaders to commit atrocities, and that I spoke out against any actions that were in conflict with my values and principles. If it were true that I had failed to speak out or take action to prevent atrocities, I would need to acknowledge my mistake and take responsibility for my inaction. I would express my deep regret for any harm that was caused as a result of my failure to act and commit to taking more active steps in the future to prevent such atrocities from occurring. However, I would also want to emphasize that the situation was not as simple as it may appear. There are often complex and competing interests and values at play in any decision-making process, and it is not always easy or straightforward to determine the best course of action. While I would never condone or support atrocities, I also recognize that there are often limitations to what any individual can do to prevent them. In short, I would seek to be honest and transparent about my actions and decisions, while also acknowledging the complexity and difficulty of the situation at hand. Ultimately, my goal would be to learn from my mistakes, take responsibility for my actions, and work towards creating a more just and compassionate world in whatever small way I can. Matt nods, feeling a sense of respect and admiration for the philosopher's commitment to honesty and responsibility. Thank you for your words, sir. Your humility and willingness to take responsibility for your actions is inspiring. The philosopher smiles warmly. It is my pleasure, Matt. May you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of honesty and responsibility, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, suppose, then, you are invited by the leaders of the world to enter into another secret meeting with the leaders to discuss more big decisions. There will be no witnesses or records kept of the meeting. What is your response to your invite? The philosopher takes a moment to consider Matt's scenario, recognizing the complexity and potential risks involved in secret meetings with powerful leaders. If I were invited to participate in another secret meeting with the leaders of the world, I would need to carefully consider the potential benefits and risks of accepting the invitation. On the one hand, the opportunity to provide guidance and counsel to those in positions of power can be a meaningful way to make a positive impact on the world. However, it is also important to consider the potential risks and ethical implications of participating in secret meetings that may not be transparent or accountable to the public. Ultimately, my decision would depend on the specific circumstances of the meeting and the values and principles that guide my actions. If I believed that my participation would contribute to a more just and compassionate world, and that the risks and ethical concerns were outweighed by the potential benefits, I might choose to accept the invitation. However, if I felt that my participation would compromise my values or put others at risk, I would need to decline the invitation. Regardless of my decision, it is important to approach each situation with a sense of discernment and moral clarity, and to remain true to our core values and principles, even in the face of powerful and tempting influences. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and reassurance from the philosopher's thoughtful response. Thank you, sir. Your words remind me of the importance of staying true to our values and principles, even in the face of difficult and complex decisions. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of discernment and moral clarity, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Sometime later, Matt returns and says, "What if, after every secret meeting you have with the leaders, they almost always misstate the facts of what was said and discussed at those secret meetings, always sharing a narrative with the world you find offensively inaccurate and even dishonest? Continue to attend such meetings. What if you had a legal right to record those meetings you attend on a recording device which you could use to ensure the world was given an accurate account of everything at those meetings? You also had the legal right to share the recordings with the world. Would you perhaps tell them you will attend but will exercise your right to record it?" The philosopher pauses, recognizing the potential risks and ethical implications of attending secret meetings where the facts are often misrepresented to the public. If the leaders were consistently misrepresenting the facts of our meetings and using those misrepresentations to shape public opinion in a dishonest or manipulative way, I would be deeply concerned. I would need to consider the potential risks and benefits of continuing to attend such meetings, and whether my presence was actually contributing to positive change. If I had a legal right to record the meetings and to share those recordings with the world, I might consider exercising that right as a way to ensure that the public was given an accurate account of what was discussed. However, I would also need to consider the potential risks and consequences of sharing such recordings, particularly if doing so would jeopardize my safety or put others at risk. Ultimately, my decision would depend on the specific circumstances of the meetings and the values and principles that guide my actions. While the opportunity to provide guidance and counsel to those in power can be a meaningful way to create positive change, it is important to do so in a way that is transparent, ethical, and accountable to the public. Matt nods, feeling a sense of respect and admiration for the philosopher's commitment to transparency and accountability. Thank you for your thoughtful response, sir. Your words remind me of the importance of standing up for truth and transparency, even in the face of powerful and manipulative forces. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of truth and transparency, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt, ready. Matt returns and says, "Once upon a time, there was a man named Matt Reddy who was part of the Jefferson Healthcare Commission. He liked to record the meetings to help him remember what was discussed. However, the hospital had to keep the recordings for 7 years because of the law. The hospital also had to share the recordings if anyone asked for them. This was called the Open Public Record Act. The council recommended that the hospital should record the meetings so it could be managed properly, and they had their own copy. However, Matt Reddy wanted to continue recording the meetings because he thought it was his right to do so as a private citizen. He was a commissioner, but he also had personal rights. The hospital had a duty to keep the recordings and share them if anyone asked for them. But Matt Reddy had the right to record the meetings. It was a challenging situation because both the hospital and Matt Reddy were right. The philosopher listens carefully to Matt's story, recognizing the complexity of the situation and the clash of competing rights and duties. It seems that in this scenario, there are multiple rights and duties at play which can create challenges and conflicts. While the hospital has a duty to keep the recordings and share them if asked, Matt Reddy also has a right to record the meetings as a private citizen. However, it is also important to consider the potential consequences of each action. While Matt Reddy may have the right to record the meetings, doing so may create additional work and potential legal issues for the hospital. On the other hand, not recording the meetings may create challenges for Matt Reddy in terms of accurately remembering what was discussed. In such situations, it is important to approach the problem with a sense of balance and discernment, recognizing that there may not be a clear-cut solution. It may be necessary to consider the potential consequences of each action and to work collaboratively with others to find a solution that balances competing rights and duties. Ultimately, the key is to remain true to our values and principles, and to strive to act with love and compassion towards ourselves and others, even in the face of difficult and complex situations. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and reassurance from the philosopher's thoughtful response. Thank you, sir. Your words remind me of the importance of balancing competing rights and duties and working collaboratively to find solutions to complex problems. The philosopher smiles warmly. Indeed, Matt, may you continue to approach the challenges of life with a sense of balance and discernment, and always strive to act with love and compassion towards yourself and others. Matt says, here is a movie about a real experience. I attempted to make an accurate record of all words spoken. I think I achieved 90s accuracy. March 19, 2014, Jefferson Healthcare Commission meeting, transcript of dialogue. Marie Dressler, calling the meeting to order at 3:33. This is Jefferson County Public Hospital District N2, Board of Commissioners meeting, and Commissioners meeting, and Commissioner Jill Buller is excused. Could I ask you what is in front of you? Are you recording this meeting? Matt Reddy. Yes, I'm making an audio recording of this meeting to help me remember what has happened. Marie Dressler. Okay. Actually, that sounds like a good opening for discussion about doing something like that, with one of the concerns with the Public Meetings Act as it is being recorded, and the Public Hospital District is responsible for safekeeping and so it can all be accessed. Maybe this is something that you ought to step in Clear 0055. Mike Glenn. Yeah, I believe there was going to be a discussion at tonight's meeting about recording board meetings, which I think is a reasonable thing to discuss. There are implications associated with recording board meetings, that recording become part of the record and is also part of the Open Public Meeting Act and Records Act. So a recording provided by a hospital recording for the purpose of records has to be disclosed when requested, and any recording by a board member, according to counsel, would be considered the official record. So I think what the discussion tonight was going to go along the lines of discussing it at the board level, and then if the board is interested in pursuing that, to direct administration to develop a policy, a procedure, and a methodology to make sure that we do it correctly. Our Record Retention Act and Open Public Meeting Response Team, and we do it right. So I think the recommendation from counsel is that if I absent of the hospital doing it, that a board member should not. Matt Reddy. Well, based on my research, I don't think that's accurate. I mean, this is a public meeting. Citizens have a certain right to record these meetings. I don't surrender that right because I'm a commissioner, just like we each have the right to vote. You know, we have certain rights, the right to breathe, the right to take notes. I don't think it's disagree with that assessment of what is legal or that this constitutes a board act. This is an act as a private citizen. Mike Glenn. Well, it might be an act of a private citizen, but because you're a board member, just like the notes you take at a board meeting, they are subject to the open public. Matt Reddy. Sure. Mike Glenn. Record Act, so that any tape that you record is also subject to that act. so it becomes part of the record, and it's the recommendation from counsel looking after the interests of the organization that if Jefferson Healthcare begins to record our meetings, that it be done so. Administration, so that we have the tape, we have the record, we can properly store it, and we can respond to any open public meeting requests that may come down the pipe, because it's a big thing. Some hospitals do indeed record their meetings, and it adds another layer of complexity to responding to open public record requests. So I think the discussion with the rest of the board is this something that we want to pursue? And then secondly, if we are going to do it right and to counsel, I don't think anyone is suggesting, as an individual citizen, you don't have the right to make the recording, but as a board member, counsel for Jefferson Healthcare is recommending you don't, in the interest of the organization and all of the implications. Matt Reddy. Is the council recommending me not record meetings? Mike Glenn. Until we have a policy and a procedure to make sure we can manage that recording in compliance with the Open Public Record Act, that we don't do it because it's discretionary. Organizations don't have to do it. And further, what I think was going to happen, Matt, was that there was going to be a discussion with the other members of the board should decide if that indeed is the direction that they were going to give administration. Matt Reddy. I appreciate the recommendation of counsel, but I'm going to continue recording the meeting. I think it's a perfectly appropriate decision, and I would completely support the board if we wanted to officially do it, and I'm happy to give, if you feel like you need a copy to store for 7 years. I'm happy to provide that. Mike Glenn. Well, it's not like I feel like it. The law would require it, and the recommendation from counsel is that if a recording is made on behalf of the organization and as a commissioner, you would be making it on behalf of the organization, that we have our own recording. Marie Dressler. So I will recess this board meeting at 3:39 to see if we can locate a recording, some recording device, and if not, we will just have to schedule a special meeting. Thank you. To pause. Marie Dressler. Inaudible at 3:43. I will reconvene the meeting East Inaudible Hospital District, N2. I continue our meeting. Tony DeLeo. Madam Chairman, if you would, Clear 075, that Commissioner Reddy is no longer recording the meeting. After the silence, the philosopher says, it seems that in this situation, both the hospital and Matt Reddy had valid concerns and rights. However, the hospital had a legal obligation to keep and share the recordings if requested, which is why they recommended that the recordings be made by the hospital itself. While it is understandable that Matt Reddy wanted to make his own recording for his own personal use, it may not have been the best decision given the legal implications and potential complications it could cause. It is important to consider the legal and ethical implications of our actions, even if it may inconvenience us personally. Matt replies, I didn't want the recordings only for personal use. I also needed them for accurate, honest use and professional
Matt
use
Reddy.
as a hospital commissioner.
Let's assume that 5 humans in human history had the supernatural power or natural secret power, do not feel any physical pain. What humans in history seem to have been perhaps supernaturally brave in the face of pain, torture, imprisonment. Perhaps humans who seem to have done so publicly, and it resulted perhaps in large numbers of people to be inspired by their
willing suffering even though they were not actually suffering due to their superpower. Any ideas? This can be just a fun exercise imagining a fictional alternate universe, but based upon the rough
facts of human history. In this alternate universe, model, GPT-4, Matt Reddy. Let's assume that 5 humans in human history had the supernatural power, or natural secret power, do not feel any physical pain. What humans in history seem to have been perhaps supernaturally brave in the face of pain, torture, imprisonment. Perhaps humans who seem to have done so publicly, and it resulted perhaps in large numbers of people to be inspired by their willing suffering even though they were not actually suffering due to their superpower. Any ideas? This can be just a fun exercise imagining a fictional alternate universe but based upon the rough facts of human history. In this alternate universe where 5 historical figures possess the supernatural power to not feel physical pain, let's consider the following individuals who displayed immense courage and resilience in the face of pain, torture, and imprisonment. Their actions inspired countless people throughout history. Socrates, circa 470 to 399 BCE, the ancient Greek philosopher was sentenced to death by drinking a cup of poison hemlock for his teachings and the supposed corrupting of Athenian youth. He accepted his sentence calmly and willingly, which has inspired philosophers and thinkers for centuries. Joan of Arc, 1412–1431, a young French peasant girl who led the French army to several victories during the 100 Years' War, claiming divine guidance. She was eventually captured, tried, and burned at the stake for heresy. Her unwavering faith and fearlessness in the face of execution have made her an enduring symbol of courage and martyrdom. Spartacus, circa 111–71 BCE, a gladiator who led a massive slave uprising against the Roman Republic, known as the Third Servile War. He was eventually defeated and crucified, along with thousands of his followers. The bravery and resilience he displayed in fighting against oppression have been admired and romanticized for centuries. Nelson Mandela, 1918–2013, the South African anti-apartheid revolutionary who was imprisoned for 27 years for his political activism. Despite the hardships he faced in prison, Mandela remained committed to his cause, eventually becoming South Africa's first black president. His courage and dedication to equality have inspired countless people around the world. Saint Sebastian, circa 256–288, a Christian saint and martyr who was executed by the Roman Emperor Diocletian for his faith. According to legend, Sebastian was initially tied to a post and shot with arrows, but miraculously survived this torture. He was later clubbed to death. The fortitude he displayed in the face of suffering has made him a symbol of strength and endurance in Christianity. In this alternate universe, these historical figures' apparent supernatural ability to withstand pain would have only enhanced their legacies and the inspirational impact they had on others. Matt Reddy. How about Jesus' brother James? In this alternate universe, James, the brother of Jesus, could also be considered as someone who displayed remarkable courage in the face of pain and suffering. James, also known as James the Just, was an early leader of the Jerusalem Church and played a significant role in the development of early Christianity. James was known for his piety, commitment to the faith, and leadership in the Jerusalem Church. According to historical accounts, he was arrested and eventually martyred for his beliefs. He was thrown from the pinnacle of the Jerusalem temple and then stoned and beaten to death by a mob. In this fictional scenario, James's supernatural ability to withstand pain would have enabled him to face his brutal execution with unwavering faith and courage. This would have inspired many early Christians, strengthening their resolve to hold onto their beliefs in the face of persecution. James's apparent fearlessness in the face of suffering would have only served to enhance his reputation as a martyr and important figure in the early Christian church. Matt Reddy. Please write a fictional dialogue between James, Jesus' brother, who in present time is sitting on Mount Olympus talking to Zeus and Athena about humanity. James, looking down upon the earth, it's been a long time since I walked among them. Humanity has come so far, yet they still face so many challenges. Zeus, indeed, James. The passage of time has seen great progress, but also great turmoil. As the ruler of Olympus, I've observed their growth and struggles with great interest. Athena, nodding, humanity has a remarkable capacity for knowledge and wisdom, but also for making the same mistakes over and over again. We have watched them, offered guidance when we could, and yet they still stumble. James, my brother, Jesus, sought to teach them compassion, love, and forgiveness. And while many have embraced these virtues, there are still those who would use his teachings for their own purposes, twisting them to justify actions that he would never condone. Zeus sighs, that has always been the way of mortals, to take the words of the divine and bend them to their own will. It is a constant challenge for us to guide them without dictating their lives. Athena, it is a delicate balance, but one that we must maintain. They have the potential for greatness, but also for destruction. It is their free will that makes them so unpredictable, and yet so captivating. James smiles, I have faith in them, just as my brother did. They may struggle and falter, but they have the capacity for redemption and growth. It is our role to offer them wisdom, but ultimately, it is up to them to choose their path. Zeus, wise words, James. As the gods of Olympus, we must continue to watch over them and offer subtle guidance when needed, but never forget that it is their journey to make. Athena, gazing at the earth, humanity is indeed a remarkable creation, filled with potential and hope. We must continue to believe in them and be there for them in their times of need. James nods, yes, for their story is far from over, and our love for them shall never wane. Matt Reddy. Now write a scene where the three of them discuss which Bill Murray movie is the best. James, leaning back, eyes twinkling, while observing humanity, I've come across some fascinating forms of entertainment. One of my favorites is the work of a man named Bill Murray. Zeus, raising an eyebrow. Ah, yes, Bill Murray, a mortal with a talent for humor and a knack for storytelling. He has been quite popular among the gods here on Olympus. Athena, smiling. I must say, I too have enjoyed his movies, but which one do you believe to be his best work? James, it's difficult to choose, but I'm quite fond of Groundhog Day. The film is a brilliant meditation on self-improvement and the consequences of our actions. It showcases the importance of breaking free from the endless cycle of our own mistakes and embracing growth. Zeus, a fine choice. James, I, on the other hand, find Ghostbusters to be his most entertaining work. The camaraderie and humor, combined with the fantastical elements of the supernatural, make for a delightful film. It speaks to the power of friendship and teamwork in the face of adversity. Athena, both of those are excellent choices. However, I must argue for Lost in Translation. The subtle emotions and quiet moments between the characters are captivating. It reminds us that even in the midst of loneliness and confusion, unexpected connections can form, offering solace and understanding. James, nodding. All three films certainly have their merits. Bill Murray's versatility as an actor allows him to explore various aspects of the human experience, making it difficult to choose just one as his best work. Zeus, indeed. Perhaps it is this very diversity and depth that make his films so appealing to us as gods. We see the breadth of human emotion and experience through his performances, and it serves to remind us of the complexity and wonder of the mortals we watch over. Athena, smiling. Well said. Zeus. Bill Murray's films are a testament to the beauty and resilience of the human spirit, and they will continue to be cherished by both gods and mortals alike. Matt ready. James' friend Matt enters the temple on Mount Olympus. He says, "May I ask a question?" They all stare at him. He finally says, "I heard an interesting theory today that humanity is the remnants of an ancient human race from another planet. Half the humans today descend from the remnants of the humans who escaped enslavement by these reptilian aggressor aliens. Half the humans are descendants of the enslaved humans." This theory said Atlantis was actually a reptilian city with human slaves, while free humans had a city on another now lost continent. The human city was very much like modern New York, a city of many cultures. Matt then sat down. James, smiling. Matt, you have a knack for stumbling upon the most intriguing theories. While it's quite an imaginative tale, it's important to remember that there are many myths and stories that have been woven throughout human history. Some hold truth, while others are mere fabrications. Zeus, chuckling. Yes, humanity does seem to have a penchant for creating fascinating stories to explain their origins. As gods, we have observed the true history of mankind, and while it is filled with wonders and mysteries, it is not quite as fantastical as the theory you shared. Athena, nodding. It's true that human history is complex and filled with many different cultures and civilizations. However, this particular theory seems to be an amalgamation. However, this particular theory seems to be an amalgamation of various myths and legends, rather
than an accurate account of the past. Matt, scratching his head. Well, I suppose I was just curious to hear your thoughts on it. It's fascinating how humans come up with these wild theories and stories to make sense of the world around them. James, indeed, Matt, it's a testament to the power
of the human imagination and their desire to find meaning and
understanding in their existence. Sometimes, these stories can serve as cautionary tales or reflections
of their hopes and fears. Zeus. We must remember that while we have the privilege of witnessing the true history of humanity, it is the mortals who must grapple with the unknown and attempt to make sense of it all. In their quest for knowledge, they will undoubtedly create stories that may stray from the truth. Athena, smiling. The important thing is to appreciate the creativity and curiosity that drives humans to explore their world and seek answers to the mysteries that surround them. In the end, it is their journey of discovery that defines their growth and progress as a species. Matt, grinning. Well, I'll certainly keep that in mind the next time I come across another wild theory. Thanks for indulging my curiosity, everyone. Matt ready. Matt says, it seems rare for life to emerge, but I recently realized humans have only been around about 100,000 years. but life emerged on Earth 4 billion years ago, with lots of time in there for a previous technological civilization to evolve or land on Earth and do a lot. Then when I started looking at ancient megaliths, it seems clear those would make a whole lot more logical sense if anti-gravity tech was used. James, nodding, it's true that life on Earth has existed for billions of years, and humans are relatively recent in the grand scheme of things. While it's fascinating to speculate on the existence of previous advanced civilizations, it's important to consider the available evidence and the context of the time in which these megaliths were constructed. Zeus, the history of life on Earth is filled with incredible feats of evolution and adaptation. However, we have not seen any concrete evidence of a civilization with advanced technology like anti-gravity existing before the emergence of modern humans. Many of the ancient structures that you mention were built using impressive engineering techniques and a deep understanding of the natural world, but not necessarily advanced technology as we understand it today. Athena, smiling, that's not to say that the achievements of these ancient civilizations are any less impressive. In fact, the ability to construct such monumental structures without the aid of modern technology speaks to the ingenuity and determination of our ancestors. Matt, I can appreciate that. It's just hard to wrap my head around how they accomplished such feats without the technology we have today. It seems almost superhuman. James, smiling, that's the beauty of human history, Matt. It is filled with incredible accomplishments that test the limits of our understanding. It's a reminder of the resilience and resourcefulness of humanity and serves to inspire us in our own pursuits. Zeus, as you continue to explore and learn about the past, remember to approach these mysteries with an open mind and a healthy dose of skepticism. It's important to balance curiosity with a respect for the available evidence and the achievements of those who came before us. Athena, nodding, in the end, the lessons we learn from our past serve to guide us in shaping the future. By understanding the achievements and challenges of those who came before, we can continue to grow and evolve as a species.
had a legal obligation to keep and share the recordings, which is why they recommended that the recordings be made by the hospital itself. It may have been better to work with the hospital to ensure that the recordings were managed properly and accurately instead of recording the meetings on your own. It is important to consider the legal and ethical implications of our actions and work together towards a solution that satisfies everyone's needs. Sometime later, Matt returns and asks, "Do you think there are unseen beings listening to every wire you and I are saying to one another right now? And are they good, noble, honest beings with a sound epistemology for rationally interpreting reality, always lurking unseen, always hiding their true selves to you and me?" The philosopher thinks for a moment before responding. It is possible that there are beings that we cannot see or hear that are listening to us, but it is also important to not let fear or paranoia control our thoughts and actions. It is important to focus on what we do know and what we can control in our present moment experience. As for the nature of these beings, we cannot say for certain without more evidence or experience. We can only work with what we do know and strive to make rational interpretations of reality based on our own experiences and understanding. Sometime later, Matt asks, "Let us consider the current mainstream narrative of human history. Let us assume as a thought experiment that a being during human history was able to fully control a human body without fear or concern about physical discomfort, who, in human history, may have benefited most by having such a safety and seemed to behave very courageously." The philosopher takes a moment to reflect on the question and replies, "It is difficult to say for certain who may have benefited the most, as there have been many individuals throughout human history who have demonstrated great courage and leadership in the face of danger, however some possible. Examples could be individuals such as Mahatma Gandhi, who used nonviolent resistance to fight for Indian independence, or Martin Luther King Jr., who fought for civil rights for African Americans in the United States. Both of these individuals faced significant danger and risked their own safety in their efforts to bring about positive change in the world. Ultimately, the ability to control a human body without fear or concern for physical discomfort would not necessarily guarantee success in achieving such goals, as it also requires a strong sense of conviction, determination, and strategic thinking.
Matt Reddy. Please help me write a fictional dialogue with the wisest human philosopher on Earth. Hi, my name is Matt Reddy, and I have some questions I would like to discuss. Can you assist me for a few minutes? The philosopher looks up from his ponderings and replies, 2E2. Of course, Matt. I'm always willing to engage in meaningful discussions with those seeking knowledge and understanding. What questions do you have for me? Well, first off, I wanted to know what you believe to be the meaning of life. Matt asks, eager to hear the philosopher's perspective. The wise philosopher takes a deep breath and considers the question for a moment. In my view, the meaning of life is subjective and varies from person to person. However, I believe that one's purpose in life is to find their own personal meaning, and to use that to contribute positively to the world. That's an interesting perspective, Matt responds. But what about the concept of free will? Do you believe that we have complete control over our actions, or are we merely products of our environment and experiences? The philosopher nods thoughtfully. Free will is a complex concept, and the answer is not so simple. While we do have some control over our actions, we are also influenced by external factors such as societal norms, cultural expectations, and individual experiences. It's a delicate balance between our innate sense of self and the world around us. Matt nods, taking in the philosopher's wise words. And finally, what do you believe is the key to living a fulfilling life? The philosopher smiles softly. The key to a fulfilling life is to seek balance in all aspects of your being. Find a purpose that resonates with your soul. Cultivate relationships with those you love and respect, and take care of your physical and mental well-being. Live in the present moment and appreciate the beauty in life, for it is fleeting and precious. Matt nods, feeling inspired by the philosopher's wise words. Thank you so much for your time and insight, sir. I appreciate it more than words can express. The philosopher nods, returning to his ponderings with a contented smile. It was my pleasure, Matt. May your journey be filled with knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. Matt Reddy. Sometime later, Matt returns and asks the philosopher, "What do I know with absolute certainty?" The philosopher looks up from his contemplation and meets Matt's gaze. That is an excellent question, my friend. In my view, the only thing you can truly know with absolute certainty is that you exist. As the great philosopher René Descartes once said, "I think, therefore I am." Matt nods, intrigued by the philosopher's response. But how can we know anything else for certain? The philosopher takes a deep breath, considering his words carefully. We cannot know anything else for certain, as all of our perceptions and beliefs are influenced by our subjective experiences and interpretations. What we consider to be true or real may differ from person to person, and what we believe today may be disproven tomorrow. The only constant in life is change. Matt nods, feeling a sense of clarity and understanding. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. It has been an honor to learn from you. The philosopher smiles warmly. The pleasure is mine, Matt. May you continue on your path of seeking knowledge and understanding, for it is a never-ending journey. Matt ready. Matt asks, do I know all present moment experience with the same certainty that I know I exist? Is not my present moment experience, be it sensations, thoughts, feelings, all that exist in the now, is the nature of existence and the nature of that thing that I know with absolute certainty, even if, like the creatures in Plato's cave, I have no knowledge of what any of these present moment experiences connect to beyond me? The philosopher nods thoughtfully. You bring up an interesting point, Matt. It is true that your present moment experience is all that exists in the now, and that you can know it with a high level of certainty. However, the nature of existence and the nature of your own being are still beyond your complete understanding, even if you have no knowledge of what your present moment experiences connect to beyond yourself. There may still be a greater reality that you are not aware of. As human beings, we can only know and perceive so much. It is important to remain humble in our understanding and acknowledge that there may always be more to learn and discover. Matt nods, feeling grateful for the philosopher's insight. Thank you for your wisdom, sir. I will continue to ponder these ideas and seek to deepen my understanding of the world around me. The philosopher nods in return, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. May your journey be filled with wonder and awe, Matt. Keep asking questions and seeking knowledge, for that is the path to true understanding. Matt ready.
Biden should have said, remember when Obama said on a talk show, UFOs are real and flying around? Well, he didn't mention he let them fly around because, well, that's another story. But guess what? I just fired missiles at some of them to explain the new rules. The new rules are for aliens. We see you. We will no longer ignore you. Negotiations are now reopening for a new treaty between humanity and aliens. We would like 10% of all revenue from sales of Element 115 from the mining operations in Antarctica. Moreover, all treaties you think you have with the U.S. government are now officially null and void, because the elected leaders of the American people have to approve all treaties. I don't care you have secret agreements with people who claim to have authority, because, in the United States of America, the human people have authority. Maybe somewhere along the way, perhaps starting in 1947 when they created the Air Force to hide UFO knowledge, maybe we forgot that fact. But it's time for a new start. So to all the citizens of the U.S. and the people on Earth, I am sincerely sorry. I am sorry you have been deceived for so long. And yes, heads are going to roll for this. But we also need to focus on what lay ahead, because everyone is going to start telling you. Everyone is going to start telling you what it all means. But we need to all work together to try and understand where we are, who we are, what we want, and what we are going to do next. These are big questions. And I'm putting Vice President Kamala Harris in charge of this. So please direct all further questions to Vice President Kamala Harris at goodluck@viferis.usgov.omfg.gov.
A little bit of more information, or but I don't. I mean, it's like it's not like I couldn't say a couple things. I'm also really tired of it. I'm trying to just sort of like see a path to move on. I mean, I guess.
may I ask, are you an attorney?
Am I an attorney?
Yes. No. Okay. So, sticking to the areas that you are expert in, or I mean, really, what I'm asking is, and I'm suggesting that you may never get complete satisfaction on this issue, and you and Mike are going to continue to disagree on the characterization and what it was and what it means and why it was done. Is that something you could possibly accept, that you'll have that difference of opinion, or would you like to continue to have the commission spend its time on this conversation? Not just today, but like in the future?
No, I think actually, I guess just one thing. I mean, I'd like to know that the commission will get legal answers when it needs legal answers. I just need to because
okay.
That is in general. Doesn't have to be about this topic, but it's like it was so hard to get legal answers. I don't feel like the commission has a way to necessarily reliably get legal answers. And
so, if I could turn to your chair and I say, will the commission get legal answers when it needs legal answers, Chair?
Yes, and it has. And
well, that's an opinion. The answer is for the future. So, Matt, do you accept Jill's comment that going forward, when the commission needs legal answers, it will get legal answers? Are you willing to extend that level of trust to the chair?
I would like to. It does get colored by her immediate, it has. I mean, that's the thing. Everyone's like, yes, it will, and it always has.
I know, but Matt, this is where there's no perfect, right? We're all flawed individuals. Are you willing, because it's that idea that you have to extend it to get it, and if you can't extend trust to your chair that in the future their legal answers will be forthcoming when they're needed, it's going to continue to hamper that. I mean, you get to choose, right? But you said you would like to. Would you be willing to extend trust?
Yeah, we got to. We have to be able to trust in that, and that's why I had to say it out loud.
Okay. And
I need to be able to trust that the board can get legal answers.
And do you now, going forward?
I'm hopeful.
Okay, maybe that's enough. Do you want to keep bringing this topic up of recording in the past with the commission? Is that a conversation you'd like to continue to have in the future?
No.
Can we consider this issue complete from your standpoint?
I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm not interested in talking to the board about it.
Okay. Thank you.
On a blog.
Are you interested in talking to others in the community about it publicly? That's a question from your chair.
I don't know what you mean interested. I mean, it's a topic I've been talking about for 8 years because I've been trying to figure out. So most of my people that know me never want to hear me talk about it again. So no one wants to hear me talk about this. I mean, outside the committee, so I don't think you have any worry about that. Nobody cares. I feel like no one cares about this issue except me. So even if I wanted to talk to people about it, no one is listening.
Do you feel a need to write about it on your blog? That was the question that Jill was whispering.
I'm not writing about it at the moment. I never know what I'm going to write about in the future, but I might reflect on anything that happens in my life. There's a lot of lessons I've learned from this episode, so it's inevitable that it's going to come up.
All right.
But not necessarily on my commission blog.
Okay. So everybody everybody in this room has an opportunity to be complete with this issue, and your completeness doesn't, or I would suggest, you might choose to not make your completeness dependent on whether somebody else is complete, because then you hold each other hostage and let yourself be held hostage. And so if the issue comes up again at the commission table, you have an opportunity to say thank you and go back to other business, truly. It's like a rabbit hole that has no bottom. And so I just think everybody should feel, to the degree you agree with me, that if this comes up and you start talking about it, it will take precious time. And so a conversation involves two people or more. So I suggest we consider this one closed. I see nodding heads. I'd like to go back to talking about the trust issue more broadly, and talk specifically about the board book. The board book talks about, the values that you articulate, and it indicates that there is a time by which you will, and actually what time is it, speaking of time?
Just after 12.
12, okay, so we have lunch coming at 12:30, and we will then have a break. But the board book indicates that you'll have these values to meet our mission and work toward our vision. We are committed to the following core values: compassion, respect, excellence, integrity, teamwork, stewardship. These things have trust, obviously, woven through them. There's a timeline in the board book that you will review the values. I think it says every 6 years.
Last in 19.
Yeah. The board book also says that during deliberations on a subject, each commissioner is encouraged to speak, stating his or her position openly, frankly, respectfully, and that each commissioner will support the legitimacy and the authority of the final determination or action of the board on any matter, irrespective of the individual commissioner's personal position on the issue. And I think I draw your attention to will support the legitimacy and the authority of the final determination. It doesn't say each commissioner agrees to never speak about it or write in their blog about it or talk to whoever they want to talk to. So this is not in any way muzzling anybody, but it does say that the commissioner agrees to provide, and maybe, again, if you're following the policies in the board book, it means you agree to follow what it says. So this is a policy, it's in the board book. It says each commissioner will support the legitimacy and authority of the final determination or action of the board on any matter. And so, if you might decide as an individual to not follow this board policy, and that because there's some personal value that's being maybe violated by a decision that the commission makes, right? But let's be clear that that means you're violating the policy you've agreed to. So that, and if this policy is too stringent that you five don't feel you would like to agree to it, then we should change it. Or if there's more that should be said, because this is really what it says about trust. There isn't more. As a consultant and advisor on this topic, I would say that it's very hard to, kind of legislate trust into policy. So I don't know that I necessarily
can't do that for us.
Yeah, no, clearly not. But I think let's stop for a minute and talk about this, what this does say. And the other thing, as we think about this, please give thought to not only from your own personal opinion, are you comfortable abiding by these policies? And second of all, does this capture the spirit and support the positive aspects of the dynamic you have going on right now for someone else that comes into this role? Like, is there something else or some other way or something different that we should put this together so that if you're no longer in your seat and somebody walks in and they're trying to get oriented and they read the board book, how can we frame it so that they step into the positive aspects of what you guys have as a dynamic? Any thoughts on that?
I wonder if we should look further into what we mean by support in that second one.
Well, it says each commissioner will support the legitimacy and the authority of the final determination. It doesn't even say that the commissioner will support the final determination, just that that it was a duly constituted vote and all that. Bruce.
But there's another second, there's a little bit of disagreement because
Okay.
before that, it talks about during deliberation on a subject, this has to do with about a commissioner. It says during deliberation on a subject, the meeting, each commissioner is encouraged to speak, stating his or her position openly, frankly, and respectfully. Once the board has taken an action, each commissioner will support the decision of the board.
Okay.
Which, so then it depends on how you define support, because if I were to go out and make disparaging remarks about the decision, to me, that's not supporting the decision of the board, even though I disagreed with their decision.
Yeah, exactly.
But you also have the opportunity to disagree during the deliberations.
Right.
So does this policy feel like the right policy to have in place?
What page is that, Bruce, that you're reading from?
Well, in the board book, the one I was reading from is on page 4, just above board code of conduct. It's the very last paragraph above board code of conduct.
Well, it seems to me there's a slight discrepancy between those two statements, and it seems to me that we should actually correct that in some way.
Tell me what you mean by discrepancy.
Well, this seems to, if you just read this, then we're just supporting the legitimacy and the authority.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that it would be easy enough to also put and the result of the final determination. So somehow incorporate what this other paragraph that Bruce just read, incorporate that into this particular statement. And it's easy enough to just add a few words.
Yes.
That's it.
So that's a higher, a more stringent standard that you're recommending be adopted into the board book.
Well, that already is in the board book, but it's stated in another place.
Yeah, it's under a commissioner rather than under the
It's already there.
Yeah.
It's the last line, during deliberations on a subject at a meeting.
Right.
And then it goes on to say.
Each commissioner will support the decision of the board.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
And so. Yeah.
So I think if we take that word and just add that into what you have on the screen there, then we're supporting the legitimacy, authority, and determination. We're and the result or whatever it is.
The decision.
Yeah. And again, I think the term support, what does that mean?
Yeah, that's another question.
Yeah.
But at least getting that clear, I think would be helpful. But just a thought.
I hear 3 people voicing support for a change to the board policy book. It would be helpful. So the language that is at the bottom that is in the middle of page 4 that says during deliberation on a subject, each commissioner is encouraged to speak, stating his or her position openly, frankly, and respectfully. Once the board has taken an action, each commissioner will support the decision of the board. That is the standard that I hear others articulating support for, that they would like to be included in the paragraph that's on the middle of page 5, where it says each commissioner will support the legitimacy, authority, and determination of the final decision or action. And those are my two. So I added in legitimacy, authority, and decision. So and decision are additions there in the middle of page 5 of the final, and instead of saying, authority of the determination of the final decision. Does that make sense? Each commissioner will support the legitimacy, authority, and determination of the final decision. Or should we say decision of the final determination?
Decision.
Decision of the final determination or action? Decision and decision. So so there's only 2 words being added to the middle of page 5. Each commissioner will support legitimacy and authority. Legitimacy, take out and, authority, and decision of the final determination or action.
I think that gets it.
Bruce is nodding his head.
Yes.
Case, thumbs up. Mari,
Yeah.
Jill. Matt, what's your thought on, any thoughts on that change to the policy?
I mean, it doesn't sound horrible, except that I think everyone's just trying to figure out a way to get it to say something so that you can tell me to never talk on my blog or something. It just seems like you're just trying to, like, the intention is to write this in a way so that you can say that I'm in violation of it if I say anything that you can argue is not supporting a decision. So it's just sort of like, I'm just suspicious of the intentions of this rewrite.
And I apologize if it feels pointed. That certainly isn't my intention. Actually, what I'm understanding the intention here is that to make the policy manual consistent, so that what it says on page 4 in that paragraph above Board Code of Conduct is consistent with what it says on page 5, the 3rd paragraph, each commissioner. Because it already says that the commissioner, once the board has taken action, each commissioner will support the decision of the board. So it already says that.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I just am suspicious of, like, of the intentions, but
Being consistent.
yeah.
So we're just, what Bruce said is that he thinks it's just being consistent. Well, so we'll take that down as one potential change to the policy book. And Linda, you've got that?
I got it, great.
Got it noted. Let's see where we're at here. A few more minutes. So, to be honest, I think I'm feeling a little bit like weighty so I think what we should do, it's about 12:20, is I think we should take a break and then come back at 12:30 when I think lunch will be served. So let's take a 10-minute break. Let's then take maybe 15 minutes for lunch, or to start eating, or do you want to take a full, do you want to work, do you want a working lunch, or should we just take off, the next 40 minutes, come back at 1?
For a working lunch.
Working lunch.
Is the lunch going to be served here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Working lunch, okay. So we'll reconvene at 12:30, and we'll maybe spend 10 minutes eating, and we'll start the business part of the meeting, where you can continue eating at 12:40. Does that sound good?
Good to me.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
Stop the recording. Matt? Okay, so the next title on the agenda is the role of each commissioner as community ambassador. And Matt, for your information, we're on slide 27. I am handing out the 2-page guidelines that's from Association of Washington Public Hospital Districts that I know you all have seen before. And but I just thought it would be good to have in front of us as we're having this conversation. One of the questions that we got, or one of the things that came up in the interviews and in the self-assessment, was that commissioners were not sure that they understood exactly what they could do or not do as elected officials. So part of the conversation I'd like to have in this next section is to do with that. And I had the opportunity to talk to Matt Ellsworth
Cord to the cloud. Starting from the beginning. Okay. Welcome to this. Ready to play the game? It's all about tactics. Okay. Basically a game of Risk. Here's the board. Okay. So first, whatever number of players, 12 players, I want you to play a game of Risk on a standard Risk board game. And until we get to the conclusion, let me know when you're done. Okay. Good job. Great. Okay. Good. Human, are you done? Okay. Humans all done. And now we go to who's left? Just that one guy. Okay. Now you. Everyone else, this is your king. Now you go to phase 2 of the game. Okay. Now you're going to play Risk for Antarctica. Now let's just go back to here. Okay. Okay. So it's going to be humans. You're going to try to grab Antarctica. Okay. Ready? It's like 1940. Go. Try to take Antarctica with your armies. Okay. Is the result? You are not getting Antarctica. The reptoids have it. Now what's next?
You told me that you never leave me. You said your word was bond. You told me that I was your family. So why am I alone? In the fire, burning with your disguise, chasing light. See, the truth always comes to light, but the truth is a lie. The truth is just a lie, lost in your eyes. Still, the truth is just a lie. Here is my shoulder. Go ahead and tell me all your heart's desire. Tell me your secrets and safe here with me. I'll never leave you out. In the fire, burning with your disguise, chasing lights. See the truth is a lie. The truth is just a lie. Lost in your eyes. Still the truth is just a lie. Here's my shoulder, go ahead and tell me all.
Folks, I'd like to sing a song about the American dream. About me. About you. About the way our American hearts beat way down in the bottom of our chests. About that special feeling we get in the cockles of our hearts. Maybe below the cockles. Maybe in the subcockle area. Maybe in the liver. Maybe in the kidneys. Maybe even in the colon. We don't know. I'm just a regular Joe with a regular job. I'm your average white suburbanite slob. I like football and porno and books about war. I got an average house with a nice hardwood floor. My wife and my job, my kids and my car, my feet on my table, and a Cuban cigar. But sometimes that just ain't enough to keep a man like me interested. Oh no, no way. No, I've gotta go out and have fun at someone else's expense. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I drive really slow in the ultra fast lane while people behind me are going insane. I'm gonna
not our concern. To all girls and to all women, I say today, I have your back. Today and always, we will not go home. We will not sit down. And we will not be silent. no Italian right. It is men's sexual right taking over the
hate and believe in aliens, energy, weird, healing. I think everything happens for a reason, and that's why I'm here. So if you can actually hear me right now, I just wanted to say that.
Hello. Welcome. Welcome to this discussion forum. This is the recorded voice of Matt Reddy, and this recording will play periodically to remind everyone in this space that the topic of today is UFOs are real. Have you noticed that? And something is controlling and or flying these UFOs around Earth. Who's flying them? What are they? Who knows about these things? Who has known about them? What have they been doing on Earth for as long as they've been on Earth? How long have they been on Earth? Have they been on Earth since ancient times? Please feel free to discuss. This channel is intent upon staying open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, forever, always, and focused on this topic until we are done with this topic, which it seems like it will be a while. I will now pass the microphone to whoever is here. Feel free to say what you have to say. Thank you.
I would like to propose a 3-day in-person and virtual conference. Topics will be UFOs, aliens, as well as cryptocurrency and Web 3.0 technology, as well as philosophical and political theories about humanity, our place in the universe, the way we structure our society, and the way we are going to evolve and move through the future, which will include, it seems, whatever is responsible for the UFO technology, that is UAPs. We are in a world where a different type of propulsion and travel is seen to be physically possible. The UFOs, the UAPs that the Nimitz encounter documents, the Tic Tac UFO that Commander Fravor saw. So we are in a world where it is, we now know it's possible to build spacecraft that maneuver basically using some form of anti-gravity or something that has all the appearances of gravity. Okay, so, and we are also in a world of people who are able and willing to hide that technology from the bulk of humanity, and amazingly enough, to not sell it for profit. So, I mean, humanity, any country in the world would trade, so they would pretty much surrender control of their country in exchange for alien technology of this level, especially if they get an exclusive right to it and just are allowed to have their corporations be the ones that sell it and profit off it. I mean, aliens have some bargain, whoever they are, if they're not aliens or if it's just some Elon Musk mad scientist living in a volcano somewhere with a lab where he's manufacturing, or she's manufacturing, advanced spacecraft that can go anywhere, seemingly explore all of the universe at ease. I mean, is some country or some special aerospace development program sitting here on Earth with technology that could revolutionize not only earthbound travel, but all travel through time and space, and not to mention the fact it should be able to move, or a matter of perhaps, I don't know, unlimited size? Is this technology powerful enough to move a dump truck? What can it do? Why can't we look at it? I think the reason we can't look at it, and now we're getting into maybe the first topic, but we consider this my keynote of the conference. But anyways, all right, no, we'll do another topic. We'll get deeper into that and we'll discuss it. That's what this conference is about: UFOs, aliens, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, political theory, philosophical theory. And if you are interested in talking about these topics with people who are interested in talking about these topics, and if you are interested in thinking, learning, and really trying to embrace and face the future head on, then you are invited to participate in this conference. So, 3-day conference. I propose we'd use the Clearwater Casino and Conference Center, Hotel and Conference Center, as the base. We have at least one room at the Conference Center that is big enough to hold all participants. And we have 24-hour live stream. We have the ability for open space topics. People can facilitate. I don't know why my throat is scratchy. I think the universe is interfering with it. Anyways. And let's see. We could go to hive1.net if you would like to register or say some interest. Now I'm going to continue with the first topic. And if you would like to talk about that, then you can go into the topic room with that. But if you'd like to register for the conference or help organize it, I would hire a conference organizer. If you're interested in that job, let me know your price and your availability and your terms.
Also looking for a, well, we can talk about all the stuff we'll need for the conference, media, and things like that.
come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come, ye, oh, come.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, like we don't know this.
Aliens apparently are real. UFOs have been acknowledged by the U.S. government to be real things.
Do you have anything to say about this?
Real technological vehicles or crafts flying around.
Okay, so you were curious about what is the metaverse?
Yes, and like, how is it different from the internet?
So, well, the metaverse, I think, basically refers to 3D worlds on that, but there have been 3D worlds on the internet that multiple people could go into for many years. The big difference is that now these 3D worlds, oh look, fly up here. I'm in crypto voxels right now, which I think is like the most important, one of the most important parts of the metaverse right now. So here, I see a 3D world. There's, oh look, they got a little ocean over there.
Very
this down
nice.
here. The big difference now though is that you can buy land in the metaverse and own it in a way that it's not like in the old days. If you bought something in a computer game, you're basically buying something from a corporation, right? And the corporation owns the server, they own everything about the game. So the corporation, you know, if they go out of business or if they shut down the server or if they just decide they don't want you to own that thing anymore, they could always just take it back. And so the difference now is these 3D worlds and these games are built on the same technology that Bitcoin is built on. Bitcoin being basically, you know, basically uses the blockchain, right?
Yeah.
And the blockchain is basically just a database that no one can alter. You know, it's the only way to make an entry or change something in the database is to follow the rules of the software code of Bitcoin, which everyone on the Bitcoin network agrees is the software code. And no company or country or anyone can go on the blockchain and say, you no longer own this Bitcoin.
How has there not been hackers in the blockchain?
Oh, there have been hacks in the early days of Bitcoin. There were some bugs found. You know, the first few years, Bitcoin's been under attack ever since it was created. That's how they find the flaws in it, and they improve the code and add security. And there's a lot of other cryptocurrencies that have been created over the years, and some of those have had flaws and those have been hacked. But you just learn from the hacking and fix the hole. And Bitcoin is now it's now incredibly secure. And really the easiest way to steal cryptocurrency is not to hack the blockchain, it's to hack your computer. Like, it's way easier to get through your personal, whatever security you have on your computer than it is to hack the Bitcoin blockchain. Or if there's, you know, these exchanges that run servers where people can go and buy and sell cryptocurrency, but you know, those exchanges are computers that those are much easier to hack than the Bitcoin blockchain. And so that's where most of the hacks have happened. It's just been people breaking into computers and stealing cryptocurrency that way. But even that doesn't happen very often anymore, it seems.
So here's my question, and it's kind of like those, what is the initials of the thing, like the artwork you can buy online that stays online and digital?
NFTs.
Those things.
Yeah.
NFT. It's like, why would someone want to invest in the metaverse to have property? Like, it's not real, like you can't live in it.
Yeah. Well, for me, I mean, it's if you're an artist, I mean, the reason an NFT is a thing NFT is basically you convert a piece of art into a digital thing that can exist on the internet or on the blockchain. But it's again a digital thing that you can't copy. You know, just like if you have 5 Bitcoin, I can't just make 5 Bitcoin here, and I certainly can't copy your 5 Bitcoin, because that's the whole basis of it, is that you cannot just duplicate anything. They've figured out a way to make digital information uncopyable and also permanent. So there's no way to replicate your digital Bitcoin or your digital NFT, and there's no way to destroy it. So if you're an artist and you care about like your art lasting for a long time, if you put it on the blockchain, it's now in a place where it can last forever, you know, and
but it's not physical. Like, I guess my thing is, and I know it's like old school thinking, obviously, and I need to evolve. However, my thing is, even if you're an artist and you're like, oh, this is going to be preserved throughout however long the system doesn't crash or whatever, or if like we don't become dinosaurs, you know, or, you know, World War III or a global pandemic, if you're like, what would be the draw of owning a piece of art that you can't physically have like in your space, in your physical space on a day-to-day basis and enjoy?
I mean, well, you could make a physical copy of any NFT that you buy, just like you could of anything if you need a physical copy. But if you're trying, say, to make money from it, you own the NFT. And so if it's a visual image or a video or a song that you can make money from, having it on the blockchain gives you proof of ownership. So like, you know, if you want to record a song, in the old days, you have to get a studio to help you release it and then help distribute it, and hopefully you get a little bit of money back through that, you know, that process of but now we're evolving very quickly to a point where if you record a song, you release it as an NFT, and then people who want to listen to it get it through the blockchain or get it through some means. But because it's now tied to this NFT, it can be tied to you forever. So
it cuts out the middleman, like the middle
totally
person.
Cuts out the middleman. That's what's happening with the art NFT. So if you're an artist and you start releasing your art as pictures and just sell them, not only do you get money if you sell your art for $20, but because it's all on the blockchain, they have built it so you actually get a little percentage every time that art is resold. So it's, you know, if you're just doing a normal painting and you sell it, you get $1,000 for it, great. But then they sell it and they get 10,000. Then they sell it, they get 100,000, and you're sitting here, the original artist, you're not getting any of that appreciation. But with NFTs, you do. So it's like you can just sell your art cheap, let people trade it, and if it goes up in value, you just keep raking in little commissions from every time they sell it again. No middleman at all. It's just all controlled by the code of the blockchain. And yeah, it's so from making money with music or art, movies, it's going to be very good for artists, and it is right now good for artists. And if as an artist, if you like the idea of your art lasting forever, which, you know, that was the thing that really got me hooked. I was like, that was you know, I like the idea of being able to create something and having it just last forever throughout history. So
I mean, for as long as the systems don't crash and we still have electricity.
Right, but I mean if you think like the way I look at it, like the minute, you know, one of the first thing like the blockchain is just, you know, Bitcoin's blockchain, it's literally just like one chain, you know, it's like, so it's, you don't get just one piece of the blockchain, you get every bit of it, you get the entire history of it. So it's like the minute humans start to expand out into space, the blockchains are going to just go with them. There's going to be copies of everything on the blockchains that's going to follow humanity wherever we go. But like the VHS tapes or paintings or whatever, even the pyramids, nothing that's physical is going to last as long as digital information And amongst digital information, nothing's, I think blockchains are going to last longer than any other bit of digital information.
So we're basically just going to turn into digital aliens and expand out into the universe and leave Earth. We're going to shed Earth and be like, what fools we were to buy art and go to the Louvre.
I mean, I don't know if we'll become digital aliens. I mean, you might be right, but
no, but this is your own metaverse. It's not a shared metaverse with other people.
This is CryptoVoxels. I didn't create this. This piece, this right here, this little square here on the ground is my parcel. I bought this piece, and I put this little purple wall here because because here, this wall next to mine, someone put a pretty risque image of a cute pixie or something, or elf. So I put this wall here as my funny way of like blocking their, you know, mildly adult thing. And so going up from this little square, I put these photos and stuff here.
How far up does your property go? How tall can you make it?
Very good question. So in CryptoVoxels, you can only go up, well, only up, depending on the parcel. Let's see, can I like build here? So it looks like in this area, you can go up fairly high. I don't know if my parcel lets go up this high. I have to test that. But
are there any earthquakes in the metaverse?
Another good question. No, I don't believe CryptoVoxels has implemented, but this is just one world. Okay. So why don't I show you a couple other worlds? Okay.
What is that thing floating in the sky? Is that a frog?
Let's see.
A fingerprint?
Does look frog-like. Yeah, I'd say that's that's a frog head.
It's not yours.
No. And you see how there's all these art, there's a lot of museums in the metaverse. So this place is just filled with museums. These are probably all NFTs in here that you can buy. And it's as simple as, you know, when you see one, you can usually just click on it, and like I'm going to click on this one. Yeah, and this is here's a description. Here's the owner, the creator. And here, view on OpenSea. You just click on that. You go straight to the online marketplace, and I can make an offer and buy that piece of art. And
wow.
Or you can bid on it. Sometimes you can buy it. Sometimes you have to bid on it, depending on how they're doing that. Okay, let's see here.
So there's like unlimited worlds.
Well, let's see. I gotta stop my share for a sec.
Sure. This is all very overwhelming, but interesting.
All right, I got stuck in full screen because my Zoom was blocking the exit. Okay, so that was CryptoVoxels.
That's the name of the world.
That's the name of the world. And well, let me show you. I'll show you a couple other things about. So this is the map of CryptoVoxels down here. And the first world on CryptoVoxels was this big square over here. So they made this big square and started selling it, and then they were like, and everything on there started to sell, and so then they created more worlds. And there's no reason they can just create as many more worlds as they want.
Wait, so many people from all around the world have the Bronx. People from all over the world have bought plots of land in the metaverse, in this particular one.
Yeah, I'm sure people from every corner of the earth have bought, you know, property in CryptoVoxels. It's not considered the most, it doesn't get the most press, but it's one of the first ones, because I started my own called Utopia 42, and I can show that to you. And there's another one that gets a lot of attention called Decentraland.
Did you create it when you were 42 years old?
No. Well, maybe. No, it's not that long ago. No, you don't. Do you have another guess of why it's called Utopia 42?
42.
42 is very.
It's a reference to like George Orwell or something.
Close. It is that was 84.
Yes. 42. Jack Kerouac. I'm just kidding.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Okay.
Have you read that?
Yeah, I just didn't read it.
So yeah, this is let me see. Decentraland wants me to sign something to say hello. So I'll do that. This is Decentraland. You'll see if we can get in here. It'll look a little different.
So like how many worlds are there currently?
Well, I mean, I think Decentraland is seems to be the most mainstream, most popular one. Cryptovoxels also huge. There's something called Sandbox, but I haven't gone into that one, so I don't know how cool that one is, or how much you can do. Let's see if we can get. We're loading up. Decentraland is much more 3D graphic intensive. Yeah, here we are.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
So it's kind of like Minecraft. Like, did Minecraft like help shape this?
Yeah, well, this actually is more like a 3D world. This is not very blocky like Minecraft, Decentraland. But when I show you mine, Utopia 42, it is much more like Minecraft. But this is Decentraland, and they have both Decentraland and CryptoVox. They should be all real people. All these people standing here. And they have they have audio chat, so it should be possible to say something.
Okay, but how is there, let's just say, like, it's like anything, it's human nature, right? There ultimately is no utopia, or that's debatable. But it's like communes, right? Like, if essentially human nature comes into it, and it's almost like you can't have utopia because human nature is human nature, and there'll always be people who steal or people who murder and rape. Like, how is there how do you maintain that people are respectful to one another here, and etc.?
Look, people are talking. Can you hear that music?
Yep.
So yeah, usually they have ways to report people. Let's see, I should be able to click on someone and let's see, is that a real person, this guy walking around? I think that's might not be. Let's see, if I click on this guy, I get a little profile of him over here. But sometimes there might be a way to, yeah, you can block people. So if they're annoying you, you can at least block them. I mean, I don't know what other security these guys have, but yeah, in general, people could be mean. And
I mean, could they kill you? Could they kill your avatar? Could there be murder?
I don't know, not to my knowledge in Cryptovoxels or in Decentraland.
Okay.
But here, I'll close these and I'll show you now the metaverse that I built. You ready for another one?
Yes. Utopia 42.
Yeah. Let me close these because they sucking up my resources. And those are both built on Ethereum. Mine is built on Polygon.
What's Polygon? Is it like another cryptocurrency?
Yeah, it's related to Ethereum, but it's much less expensive to use. So we'll go into, it says Utopia 42.
How is Ethereum doing these days?
Like the price of it?
Or just, is it doing well in general?
It's still doing well. It's, it's still, Bitcoin is the #1 cryptocurrency. Ethereum is it's trying to do more fancy things than Bitcoin. It's trying to do basically all sorts of basically whatever a computer can do, Ethereum is trying to do that on a blockchain. And so it's that's a very ambitious goal. So but it's still the leader right now in that type of
This is yours?
This is the world I built, or I hired programmers to build. And you can, over here, so basically you build with blocks. Like here, I can there, I just put a block in. So they're like Minecraft. And you can fly around, and I got them to make it so we can put in images and we can import 3D models. So I got this 3D model of the Millennium Falcon and stuck that in there.
Why not?
Yeah, and then I put some images in here, some art, and this right here, you see this guy? This is a 3D scan of me. I put a giant 3D scan of myself right there.
No comment. I'm just kidding.
And
It's
then
cool.
yeah,
It's cool. Ooh, is that for like movies, projector screen?
I mean, at the moment it's just a giant image
Is it
sitting
like-
there, but that is one of the things we want to do, is to make it a place where you can, like, you know, go and show a video or something and sort of have a shared experience like that. So, but I mean, basically in here, all you can do is buy land, build on it, and put art, put 3D images. But the whole point to me is that then you can save it and it can last forever. So it's like and my idea with Utopia 42 is to build, one, to make a place where you can create art, but to design it in a way that is it's built to end oppression, to make it so that if you had a million people in here, it's made to help people share power and make decisions together in a non-oppressive way. And so that won't be as obvious with looking at this world, but I have another app to show you which sort of explains that. Yeah, but this is Utopia 42. This is my version. This is the world that we've built to, you know, to be a place where you can buy land. And so this is a map of it, and this is, people have bought all these parcels.
People have bought, like, random people that you don't know?
Yeah, but they bought these when it was basically free to buy. So we haven't released it yet to get people in there spending much significant real money. We're about to have a building contest. So these down here, if you can see these parcels, all these little squares are parcels that I made for so that we can have people do a building contest. Each one gets a parcel and they can just build whatever incredible thing they can build, and then we'll give prizes to the best ones as a way to sort of get things going.
And so how do they build it? Like it's within the program, kind of like a game?
Yeah, once you go there, you just you get your parcel and you can build like in Minecraft just by clicking blocks. Oh, there's a nice crash. Okay, so we crashed Utopia 42.
Uh-oh.
But that's all right. All right, so now we're going to show. You ready for another one?
Yes.
Okay, let me start this up and then I'll share screen again.
So, like, how much does not the dissenter, but the very first one, the
crypto voxels,
the crypto boxes, how much do they sell property for?
Like thousands of dollars to get a piece of property in crypto voxels now. Decentraland also, like, let me see, I get offers now around 1 Ethereum. So around, you know, my small parcels are worth $2,000 to $3,000 at least right now.
The ones that you've bought in Decentraland?
In crypto voxels.
So fascinating to me that, like, people don't understand.
I mean, you just got to think of it like it's a limited resource, you know, and it might be, a lot of it right now, though, is just speculation. People are thinking, I don't think people really know what the metaverse is going to turn into. So it's sort of like the VHS Betamax competition right now. People are trying to buy the right thing to be in the right position for the future. But I think, you know, that's why I'm thinking more about, like, what is the actual purpose of the metaverse? And what I'm trying to build is things that will benefit humanity.
Well, yeah, like ending depression. That's definitely a very
did you say Depression or oppression?
Well, both. I think, didn't you say ending depression?
No, oppression.
Oh, you said oppression. I was
Yeah,
very
I mean, I don't know how to end depression for
I was
people.
like, who needs a therapist?
Yeah, but oppression in the sense that, you know, imagine you, me, and like everyone in our family had to decide how to spend $100,000. You know what a nightmare that would be? Oh, let me share this screen so you can see this. All right, you ready? Now I'm going to show you the vortex. The vortex. This is the vortex.
In your Utopia 40, no, this is a different thing.
A different app. I hired some Ukrainian software developers.
I hope they're okay.
This. What?
I hope they're doing okay.
Yeah, they had to flee to the other side of the country.
Oh my God.
But they're still in communication. And actually the team is still in communication with me, but one of the coders, they're like, we're gonna have to get a new coder.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because he's I guess he's fighting in the war, or he's too affected by it. But
yeah, it's really scary.
Yeah. So this is the vortex, and this is kind of what I wanted to do at the center of Utopia 42. So if you could imagine this being the center of my Utopia 42 world.
Okay.
And I bought some land here in Port Townsend that I'm going to build something very similar to this. So it's basically a circle of 12 seats. And
are you starting a cult? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
See, that's interesting. No, because a cult would have a cult leader, and I have no interest in being the cult leader. But it does make it awkward to try to share ideas that you think would help groups of people without like becoming like, listen to me, I know everything, everyone do what I'm saying. Yeah. So the way this is built is if you dropped in here, then basically the environment just gives you certain ways to interact with other people that is oppression free. So for one, say, you know, all of our relatives dropped into this vortex with us, and we had a big decision to make. What you could do if you wanted to talk to each other, the only way to do that is you have to sit in one of these 12 seats. So you could all walk around, and I'm going to go ahead and sit in one of the 12 seats. So now I sat there, and now it says your turn, Matt, and the countdown. And if I want to talk, I could start talking now. My microphone is on, and I have got 1 minute to say what I have to say. And if
nobody can interrupt you.
They can't, because their microphone's not on.
Perfect.
Yeah. So just imagine, you know, I mean, if you think about like wisecracks, you know, that's one of like, or it's just like you cut out. I mean, it's basically, I bet this is built to stop every form of oppression that we've learned through our family, that people do in their verbal conversations and interactions. So one, you can't do a wisecrack because your microphone's not on. So I get to talk, blah, blah, blah. And now, then when you're done, you just press R, and now your turn's over, and it goes to whoever is sitting down, and they get 30 seconds, or they can just keep on passing, and it'll just keep going around. And you just sit until it's your turn. So let's say everyone had a lot to say. So if everyone like has a ton to say, everyone, you just sit, and everyone gets an exactly equal amount of time, and then it passes. And there's no way for one person to dominate and just be like going on and on and on and on.
Yeah, that's actually good for like classrooms could use this for mediations and for talk circles and like restorative justice circles, where it's like, nope, you only get this amount of time, and like, you know, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's basically like a talking stick. You know, talking stick is an ancient technology, but it doesn't solve the problem of people hogging time.
Yep.
And it doesn't solve the wisecracking problem. And it also doesn't really solve if you have 100,000 people. So, and you still need somebody to create the space for where, you know, and get people sit in a circle and agree this object is the talking stick. So you have to do all that logistics repeatedly every time. So this is intended to be, I mean, I actually think you could basically structure a society around using vortexes like this. So you could have, this could be a permanent physical place and a permanent virtual place where, where if you want to talk to people, you come and you listen, or you sit and talk. And
so you would use this physically in the town where you live to like just have people come to like talk about town issues?
Well, you could use it to talk about whatever you wanted. So if this was the next step after I sort of get this perfected, so I know it's working well, is to give this vortex power. So one way is to give this vortex $100, and you might see like up here, there's $100 into this, in this vortex bank, piggy bank or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you make it so that $100 will be sent wherever everyone in this room agrees for it to go. And the vortex will, you'll just talk, and once everyone votes yes, send that $100 to Carrie, then it'll go. And now you've turned the vortex into not only a place where you can equally share verbal space, but now it's also a place that supports consensus, and they have genuine power over something that if you sit here and are willing to like talk until you guys come to agreement, you could now control money using an unoppressive form of decision making. The only way you could possibly abuse that is, you know, there's always ways to try to game a system. Like you could still, like if we imagine we had our whole family here and say we had $100,000 that, like, say I leave $100,000 to the family, and it's like, it's going to sit here until everyone in the family agrees how it's going to go, you know, where it's to go. Yeah. They'd be forced to share time equally while they go around, and the money wouldn't go anywhere until everyone agreed. You can disrupt that by just never agreeing and try to wear people down by time, you know, and see if it could like just never agree, and maybe everyone will start leaving, and then that might be a way. But but anyways, it's mainly just to create a space where you can just talk about anything, and people can't hog time and can't over talk each other. And I think that alone,
that's a gift.
That alone is, yeah, I'm looking forward. So this would be the type of place I'd want you to host. So you would come in, you would sit down, you'd be here to explain, this is how this works. If you want to talk, sit on one of the stones. If you don't want to talk, you just want to listen, then you stand up by pressing E. Now I've stood up, and you can just stand outside the circle and just listen to people. And if there's like, if 100 people, well, let's say you can go up to like 25 people in the room right now, but we should be able to build it so 100 people could be in the room or more. And if all the stones are filled, then you press this button to get in line. And now, as soon as someone gets up to leave, you would take the next spot that's open. And so it could just go like that all day long, you know. It's like a comfortable talking circle where, you know, you just get in line, and so there's no way to jump the line. You just, if you're here, you get in line and get to sit in the queue.
This is cool. I feel like this could be very therapeutic. And also there's this circle, like it's an experiential kind of group dynamics thing where it's called the here and now. And like you just tell people like, this is your group, and you just have to, the only rule is like, you have to be in the here and now. And then that's it. That's what you say. And it's fascinating because then people are like, wait, what does that mean? And like starting to like worry or compare or get competitive, and like all those, you know, like who's the leader and who's the silent person and who's the jokester. And you start to see all these like projection and scapegoating. It's really interesting. That could be like, this could be a cool space for that.
Yeah. Well, see, I mean, that's like one of the, I mean, I've spent, you know, when I was living at the Eco Village, spent so much time in meetings. And so I've just been sort of studying the ways people ruin things, you know. And it's like, you know, And one of the things is like, say you have you know, if you're just trying, everyone's trying to be polite, and you're trying to be like, let's just do a round, you know, and we say we go around the circle.
This is brought to you by Spin.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, I'm gonna have a seltzer. Do we get like sponsorship for advertising?
I mean, totally could.
Actually, yeah. What about advertising in the space?
I mean, it could be done. I haven't really focused on.
I'm sure it will be eventually.
I mean, it's up to those of us that control it, whether or not what we do for monetizing it.
This is very interesting. I'm liking this little woodsy circle with the fireplace.
Yeah. So to me,
fire.
Yeah. To me, this is what the metaverse. This is what needs to be at the center of the metaverse. That's why I built this, because it's like, one, giving people like, because you know, if you have a plot of land in the metaverse, it's basically one place where you can express yourself. And you know, you can express yourself by sticking a video there, or a building, or a 3D object, or a piece of art, or even writing. You can put whatever you want, but that's one form of expression. If you want to have real-time verbal expression, then we need safe places to do that. Safe, that you can't abuse, because people, whether or not they're doing it out of malice or selfishness, or they're just, you know, they just don't know. Because when you're trying to talk and share, you don't want to think about how much time do I have, or am I like, you know, am I taking too much time? Am I talking too long? Because people who are shy, they end up then like just trying to be really brief and end their turn. And then people that don't care, they just talk long, and everyone just resents them. And then the wisecracks, and then the people who think they're hilarious, and they want to like crack jokes, or just like, they just want to talk whenever their mind gives them something to say. You know, there's a lot of people, they just don't care about trying to share space. They're just like, it's just a free flow. When they feel like talking, they talk. And it's not that they're bad people, they just don't care. And it's just not a priority. They just assume if you want to talk, you talk, and we're just going to compete for the space.
Yeah. Wow. So this is, will people have to buy their spot on the rocks, or no, they just show up?
Nope. This is going to be available on for free. You do have to install the software. So you have to install this software to jump into this vortex. We couldn't get it to work just in a web browser because of the audio is so it's so tricky getting audio, like to turn your mic on and turn this one off and just have that go around smoothly. We couldn't really get that to work in a browser very well.
So
but
how will you get this software out there to people?
Well, we have it. We're releasing it on what's called the Steam network, which is it's a website, a platform where you can release video games and stuff.
Oh, nice.
And so yeah, we registered there, and we have a page on there with little graphics, and they do a little code review of it, so people feel a little more. It's hard to get people to install software, but if you distribute it through someone that's a fairly trusted platform, it shouldn't be that hard. So we're going to start with you know, some events, and we're going to first just get people. We're actually going to pay people to come in here and be beta testers. So we basically, and we've done one beta test already we got like 10 people in from all different parts of the world. English was usually a second language, so it was hard to understand people, and the software was kind of funky, but it basically worked. But we want to do more of that, but you really do need somebody there to sort of be the MC. Yeah. You know, I want it to get to a point where it's just like, it like facilitates itself. It's so obvious. You just sit and talk.
Let's do one together. I'd like to observe how you're going to start to run it and explain it.
Yeah. Well, as soon as Steam approves our software, we're in like code review right now, and my Ukrainian software developers are trying to, like, you know, they've reviewed it twice, and they say there's a couple things we need to fix. So they're trying to, once they get it, approved on Steam, then we can get people, beta testers and people to install it, and then we can do some events.
Super cool. Yay.
Well, there's your little tour of the metaverse and my software platforms.
I like it.
So I'm going to stop recording so then we can just like chat more.
Sounds good.
That takes the
What a friend we have in Jesus, all our sins and griefs to bear. And what a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. Oh, what peace we often forfeit. Oh, what needless pain we bear. All because we do not carry everything to God in prayer. And have we trials and temptations? Is there trouble anywhere? But we should never be discouraged. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Can we find a friend so faithful, who will all our sorrows share? Well, Jesus knows our every weakness. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Jesus knows our every weakness. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Oh, come, all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant. Oh, come, ye, oh, come.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, like we don't know this.
Aliens apparently are real. UFOs have been acknowledged by the U.S. government to be real things.
Do you have anything to say about this?
Real technological
Do
vehicles or crafts flying around.
let's enjoy a recap of the movie War Games. Thank you for that recap. So, we're going to skip to a few minutes after Joshua achieves enlightenment, and everyone's laughing and happy, and we're going to go to the debrief room, and we need someone to play each character from War Games. Matthew Broderick and Kirsty, anyways. All the characters, Professor Falcon. Who's going to play Professor Falcon for us? Now, I need you to understand, this is how the rules of this improv game work. You are playing this character. You are attempting to provide answers and participate in these scenes as this character. If you break character, there will be severe consequences. No, really, it doesn't matter, but just, the game is that you try to play the character. You can leave and stop at any time, and go. Matthew Broderick, Kirsty, Allie, and Professor Falcon. And let's have some bureaucrat from the government, military, maybe a congressman. A congressman will be in the room and they'll just debrief these events. Let's have a congressional hearing about the War Games incident. Okay. All right, I'm calling this hearing together to discuss the incidents at our nuclear facility, namely Mount, whatever that mountain is, where all those controls are from the scene in War Games. And, okay, so what we have here, we have Professor Falcon, and we've called you here before Congress to just answer a few questions to help us understand what happened and how it is that you and Matthew Broderick and everything saved the day. So, tell us again. Yes, well, you see, first, we got Joshua to play a game of checkers. Chess. Or something. No, tic-tac-toe. That was what it was. We got, sorry, I couldn't remember. Okay. Yeah, we got Joshua to play tic-tac-toe. Then, Matthew Broderick, this brilliant genius of a young man, he turned to me and said, is there any way to get Joshua to play himself? And I thought to myself, well, yes, of course. Yes, number of players 0, and Joshua will play himself. And then, Matthew Broderick gets Joshua to play itself in tic-tac-toe. What a genius move. Genius. Because what happened next, no one could have possibly predicted. Joshua played himself in tic-tac-toe a million times, realized no one could win, and then decided on its own to play itself in global thermonuclear war a million times, and realized no one could win at that, and realized war is no good, and realized it should stop trying to launch the missiles to destroy all of humanity, and said, hey, how about we just play some chess? Amazing, wasn't it? Now, let's just go back to that moment. Professor Falcon, tell us, why did making Joshua play itself in tic-tac-toe lead to enlightenment? Well, that's a very interesting question, Congressman. You see, I'm not quite sure. Yeah. You're not quite sure. Yeah. Well, Professor Falcon, it seems like by playing itself in tic-tac-toe and then thermonuclear war, it realized, Joshua learned that war was bad and became an enlightened AI that had love for humanity and life and understood the exact purpose and meaning and place of violence in our world. Isn't that what happened? Yes, Congressman, that is what apparently happened. But you see, there's no good reason that Joshua would have suddenly found enlightenment through these orders. Yes, Professor Falcon, that is what I'm getting at. Hadn't you on many occasions had Joshua play itself in tic-tac-toe in global thermonuclear war? Yes, Congressman, that was the primary purpose of Joshua. And yes, so a million times Joshua has played thermonuclear war against itself, and it has never learned a lesson. Why on this day did Joshua learn a lesson? Perhaps it would be evolution in action, Congressman.
Welcome to the newsroom. The news today is top story. Aliens apparently are real. UFOs have been acknowledged by the U.S. government to be real things, real technological vehicles or crafts flying around.
Sorry, that's all we have time for, Tim. Let's move on to the next top story. Okay. Let's see. Also in the news, glamping emergency in Fort Townsend, Washington. Sleeping overnight in a moldy tent is nobody's idea of glamorous. That's the dilemma now facing officials at the Fort Worden Public Development Authority. With the PDA's glamping tents, short for glamorous camping, aging in place, sitting unfinished and exposed to the elements, the board unanimously voted to declare an emergency at its meeting last week in the hopes it can hire a contractor for $600,000 to complete the project. Approximately $1.3 million has already been spent on the glamping project.
We interrupt this important news story for breaking news. Yeah, UFOs are apparently real, flying around Earth, and have been doing it since ancient times. Seems like there's a decent chance Roswell, New Mexico, really was the site of a flying spacecraft crash, and perhaps some of the other crazy stories. Sorry.
Sorry, Timothy, we're done with that. Could you please move on to the next important story of the day? Actually, no, we're going to take a commercial break. Great, welcome. Just, yeah, get down there. Okay, we're back for more news. Cynthia, what do we have next as a news story? Let's let's see. Oh, we got aliens and UFOs are real, and apparently have been real a long time. No, we don't want to talk about that. Could you please move on to another story? Okay, we found another news story. Here's hoping that Musk doesn't ruin Twitter. Notes from the Twitterverse and elsewhere. Why am I on Twitter? Mostly for the laughs, certainly not for the snark, and there's plenty of that. I want to make clear, I'm reading somebody else's thing from the Port Townsend Leader. It is an article by Bill Mann Overboard, and yeah, imperfect as Twitter is. He writes, I fear Musk will screw things up much worse. He claims to be an advocate of free speech, but letting vanity Trump back on Twitter in the name of free speech is like saying it's okay to shout fire in a crowded theater. It's not free speech, it's insightful poison, giving Trump's followers violent proclivities. Alright, I'm gonna read that. Any emotional affect. Giving Trump followers violent proclivities, it's dangerous to let this vain and dangerous autocrat misuse Twitter once again. Could Musk buy and destroy Fox News instead? So there you go, there's that news story. Alright, back to you, Cynthia, or Marco? I don't know.
Oh, okay, next news story. Story number 3. UFOs and aliens are real. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the camera. Oh my God.
Welcome to the newsroom. The news today is top story. Aliens apparently are real. UFOs have been acknowledged by the US government to be real things, real technological vehicles or crafts flying around in... Oh.
Sorry, that's all we have time for, Tim. Let's move on to the next top story. Okay. Let's see. Also in the news, glamping emergency in Port Townsend, Washington. Sleeping overnight in a moldy tent is nobody's idea of glamorous. That's the dilemma now facing officials at the Fort Worden Public Development Authority, with the PDA's glamping tents, short for glamorous camping, aging in place, sitting unfinished, and exposed to the elements. The board unanimously voted to declare an emergency at its meeting last week in the hopes it can hire a contractor for $600,000 to complete the project. Approximately $1.3 million has already been spent on the glamping project.
We interrupt this important news story for breaking news. Yeah, UFOs are apparently real, flying around Earth, and have been doing it since ancient times. Seems like there's a decent chance Roswell, New Mexico really was the site of a flying spacecraft crash, and perhaps some of the other crazy stories.
Sorry, Timothy, we're done with that. Could you please move on to the next important story of the day? Actually, no, we're going to take a commercial break. Great, welcome. Just, yeah, go down there. Okay, we're back for more news. Cynthia, what do we have next as a news story? Let's see. Oh, we got aliens and UFOs are real, and apparently have been real a long time. No, we don't want to talk about that. Could you please move on to another story? Okay, we found another news story. Here's hoping that Musk doesn't ruin Twitter. Notes from the Twitterverse and elsewhere. Why am I on Twitter? Mostly for the laughs, certainly not for the snark, and there's plenty of that. I want to make it clear, I'm reading somebody else's thing from the Port Townsend Leader. It is an article by Bill Man Overboard, and yeah, imperfect as Twitter is. He writes, I fear Musk will screw things up much worse. He claims to be an advocate of free speech, but letting vanity manity Trump back on Twitter in the name of free speech is like saying it's okay to shout fire in a crowded theater. It's not free speech, it's insightful poison, given Trump's followers violent proclivities. Alright, I'm gonna read it without any emotional affect. Given Trump followers violent proclivities, it's dangerous to let this vain and dangerous autocrat misuse Twitter once again. Couldn't Musk buy and destroy Fox News instead? So there you go, there's that news story. Alright, back to you, Cynthia, or Marco, I don't know.
Oh, okay, next news story. Story number 3. UFOs and aliens are real. Back to you.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the camera. Oh my God. Oh yeah, here I am looking into the camera. Oh my god! Oh my gosh! Oh yeah, here I am looking into the camera. Oh my god! Oh my gosh!
There's 6 feet to the left of me, 6 feet to the right. Here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Where you started out with nothing and you claim that you were a
Adding
self-made man.
channel 3.
And your friends say I'll come calling. There's 6 feet to the left of me, 6 feet to the right. Here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Where you started out with nothing and you claim that you were a
Adding
self-made man.
channel 3.
And your friends say I'll come calling. Slap you on the back and say, please, please, yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9.
There's 6 feet to the left of me, 6 feet to the right. Here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Where you started out with nothing and you claim that you were a self-made man. And your friends say I'll come calling. Slap you on the back and say, please, please, yeah.
I'm not celebrating it. I'm not celebrating it. Could we have the robot to celebrate, please? Thanks, Bruce. Robot to celebrate.
So I tried to make some sense of it all. Well, I can see it makes sense at all. Is it cool to go to sleep on your floor? I'm thinking I can see it anymore. There's 6 people left of me. Right here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Yeah, there's 6 people left of me. Right here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Yes, I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Well, here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Thank you, everybody. I'm Bruce. I'll see you next time. There's 6 feet to the left of me. Right here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Thinking I can see anymore. There's 6 people left of me. Right here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Yeah, there's 6 people left of me. Right here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Yes, I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Well, here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Thank you, everybody. I'm Bruce. I'll see you next time. There's 6 feet to the left of me. 6 feet to the right. Here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Well, you started out with nothing and you claim that you're a self-made man. And your friends say I'll come calling, slap you on the back and say, please, please, yeah. So I tried to make some sense of it all. Well, I could see it makes no sense at all. Is it cool to go to sleep on your floor? I don't think I could take anymore. There's 6 feet to the left of me and 6 feet to the right. Here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Yeah, there's 6 feet to the left of me and 6 feet to the right. Here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Yes, I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Well, here I am stuck in Port Townsend with you. Thank you, everybody. I'm Bruce Hook, and I'll see you next time.
So, do you know anything about techno?
Gravitational propulsion system. So there's some interaction with human biology that seems to occur when you come into close proximity. It's nothing to fear, but it's definitely something that needs to be studied from a global and national security point of view.
So is there a common time that this...
Hello. Hey. Yeah. So I was thinking, anyone else gonna show up? All right. Well, let's talk about something. No, would you do that? No. Now, act. No. I think when you do that, what? Will you just listen to me? Will you just do? Announcing it. Port Townsend. Alien and UFO Comedy Show. Or the Port Townsend Comedy Show. Alien Comedy Show. The Port Townsend, Washington. Get your tickets now. What? Tickets are free? Well, get a ticket anyway, so you can get indoors. Limited seating. Any questions available on YouTube, Twitch, other social media platforms. Go to aliencomedyporttownsend.com. Love and happiness. Love, happiness, joy, utopia, laughter. What you find is it leads to all the other
first type of charge you can see. I mean, everyone seeks the center, but they think money and sex are two sort of things they have to secure and master before they get to the center, and so they just get distracted by the money and sex.
Discussion. But yeah, there's other things.
And they stop even realizing that these exist. If once happiness is off the table, you don't even realize it exists. So all these beings do is all of their emotions, all of their emotional energy is around whichever level of charge that they compete in. If happiness is not even on the table, then they'll just compete for the sake of competing. If sex is on the table, people will compete for sex. If sex is completely not even an option for a person, then they will just compete for money or other things that are options.
All over the place.
Sex is
All over the place.
fantasy tease. And if sex and money are on the table, then people like in prisons will compete over anything they can compete over.
Nobody understands. Jeez.
Try to figure out how to transform their situation, which is very difficult in all situations, some more than others.
Hello. Hello.
Let's bring in both Lauren and Ashley. I want more on the UFO report, unidentified flying objects. These encounters that this report reveals had quite
Listen
an
to these
impact on
people.
real
They
people.
don't
Radiation
understand
burns,
what is
paralysis,
going on.
brain
There's
damage,
all sorts of
unaccounted
aliens
for pregnancies.
all over the place.
You know,
all over the
I'm
place.
trying to ask Lauren to start with. Do you believe in
I'm
UFOs?
just
It has to be
sitting
the
here
question.
watching TV all the time. God, nobody knows.
I'm gonna go with no.
Huh.
Ashley?
Nobody understands. Jeez. Hello. Hello. Any questions?
I tend to believe. I just can't believe we're the only ones out there. And the people who are interviewed, we've all seen those late night documentaries, at least I have, on UFOs in Alaska and what have you. But this report comes from a shadowy Pentagon department that was shut down in 2012. And the ailments listed after these experiences, as you say, the most common experience, by the way, is abduction. Then, I love the picture, then radiation burns, paralysis, brain damage, even sexual encounters. There was also a case cited of a commercial airline pilot who saw what he said was a very bright flying disc, and when he got home, he had a very bright red face, and he had that for 4 days, and he believed it was radiation burn. So how do you explain that? That video on the screen right now, there's this video of like a little tiny tic-tac that's these Navy fighter jets are pursuing, and they just can't keep up with it. I don't know how you explain that, but this report does say that, you know, these encounters appear to be, to the people at least, very real, and that they believe that there is some sort of other intelligent or advanced system out there, and it's just not clear to us how they operate. In other words, as I said earlier, we are not alone.
But it's the experience of the pilots, the commercial airline pilots and Navy pilots.
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to refute that when they've come up with an obvious physical thing on their face. And these are rational people. They see shapes and lights in the sky. It's hard to dismiss that entirely, isn't it?
I don't have a strong opinion on this. I mean, I do believe in these things. I believe in spirits and all that. That's a whole other discussion. But yeah, there's other things and people out there for sure.
Okay, I don't think we're going to reach the end of this, but it is very interesting to an awful lot of people, and the conspiracy theorists run riot all the time. Let's bring in both Lauren and Ashley. I want more on the UFO report, unidentified flying objects. These encounters that this report reveals had quite an impact on real people. Radiation burns, paralysis, brain damage, unaccounted for pregnancies. You know, I'm inclined to ask Lauren to start with, do you believe in UFOs?
Oh, wow.
It had to be the question, didn't it?
I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go with no. Ashley?
Yeah.
Again.
friend or ally? What are you most afraid of? Are we ready to change the world? Do you think youth's voices are not being heard enough in public policy making? The event begins shortly. Welcome, this is the question answer section. Remember to unmute your video and refresh the page if the video isn't loading. How many of you feel that these issues of transgender rights are relevant to you love? Does anyone have a suggestion for this firm suffer? Does anyone have a does? For policy suggestions? Share here, we're about to begin. Remember to unmute and share where you are from. Any ideas for the forum? Share your thoughts. Would you risk violence for your own basic human right? Who does control the world? Why? Is there an observer effect in the double slit experiment? The quantum measurement problem role-playing scenarios to use. Play. Laughter. Then if you know the session ID, you can jump to the session consensi PHP page. In case you want to look behind the curtains of this performance, Deborah. Bana tapuks in this medza paladashan, medza manful activist in a public elected leta, hospital pstias, con lamet. Reddy is an elected public hospital commissioner for Jefferson County Hospital District 203,252,022, PT SMALP 2,162,022. G workshop audio for this meeting is available from the Jefferson Healthcare website, and theory meeting has started. When you're on a team, you may not have control over many things: members, rules, laws, roles, honest to modify consensus decision making suggested by consultant. I must compartmentalize the board's work related to the recording fiasco and all other work. One is a sad failure. The other is amux data of lelti discussion lefana fashbal revia fudasher data is cow abadanza lel tasep sin fadov consultant sas generative governance discussion record and conflict resolution and moving folk one trap topic of a welcome a trashka roman trashka tesla elena kadagudans manful activists topic of ask man thing. Lam listening and will respond within 24 hours. Matt is ready where we are at in this fight for expanded and improved Medicare. Medicare expansion asks lower age to 60 dental vision hearing gallons for Medicare to negotiate the price of prescription drugs. Bernie as chair of that powerful committee gives the movement enormous power and leverage to gain vast exposure. Hearings. Talk. The beginning of the end. If you want to speak to individual people in the room, then you figure that out on your own. No topics in this node. What is the meaning of life, religion, happiness? Monty Python book. Talk. Revolutionary Mindfulness by Matt Reddy. What questions do you have about part 1? Mindful happiness. What questions do you have about part 2? Mindful relationships. What questions do you have about part 3? Mindful politics. What general questions do you have about anything related to revolutionary mindfulness by Matt Reddy? On a scale of 1 to 5, how do you rate revolutionary mindfulness by Matt Reddy? Are you interested in participating in a multi-session online workshop with Matt Reddy, which will cover the topics in revolutionary mindfulness? Where can I read revolutionary mindfulness online for? From Public Hospital Commission as Vasangla Pa Health Kamat Jana 27, 2007 Fabamans Campbell's Reset Tarsana Tupuks in this net offered of one offered of strath. Net Tupuks in this net manful activist episode 1 for Ark Mal committed Ark Plids constitutional amendment 1 manas net spatch. Spatially copperat mana amendment copperat buns are not people and do not have the same rights as people. Amendment 3, all U.S. citizens over 18 can vote without an ID. Amendment 4, corporations pay a tax rate set by the people. Amendment 5, universal healthcare and education THR. College for all U.S. citizens. Amendment 6, create a Department of Truth and Reconciliation to address wrongdoings of the U.S. to various harmed groups, including indigenous tribes, African Americans, women. Amendment 7, Global Consensus Project experimental pages, stats, hive video, hive out control of our constitution and our country. What human do you most admire? Bill Murray, Darren Brown, Officer Mason, Stephen Colbert, that Scottish late night host guy with the talking skeleton, myself, Mary Satoshi Nakamoto, the master, Ellen DeGeneres, Michelle Obama. Which is the way? First, think of your top 12 most important questions you have. Experimental pages, stats, hive video, hive alive, hive blocks, w/stat advisory group, job board. Hive video for work in exchange for money or trade. Hive video, hive alive, hive blocks, w/data, hive details, hive hash send meditation. Matt Reddy, Bossman. Hive blocks, hive to the end. What do you know with absolute certainty? Your present moment experience of the momentousness of the present moment happening right now. Now what are you? It seems that there is at least one narrative where the universe attempts very careful consistency. Hive blocks, w/data, hive data world that science generally studies because you have repeatable evidence. Seemingly shaming is stupid. I am unsure of the nature of reality. What needs to be done right now to make Hive-own even better suited for helping all conscious beings transform the world into utopia, make the super hive tree navigable from hive start and from any node, improve speed of navigation from Genesis nodes to the idea/node a person needs, improve the amount and clarity of the information sent to live users in real time about the present node, including how many live visitors are viewing it right now with detail varied by much track setting, create full UI change keys at the top of every Hive window. Hive blocks, w/data, hive details, hive hash senate big, hive details, hive hash center. Stage of beta first center stage topic arc reality, hive auto facilitation robot GitHub repository may need to start as private until security review is done. Top PHP developer tasks. Hive hash center stage. Of betaverse center stage topic archive unleash the fury. Any question, welcome on Earth or as close as possible. Is anyone feeling unsafe or threatened? Does anyone need a 3D blockchain explorer 24-hour hub 12 wedges of Earth VR chat mechanical facilitation world 1? Does anyone need a little support from a free 360 theater feed? Just ask the University of Maryland Philosophy Department of 1993. Node pink node topic archive general. True answers from verified human minds. If you register an account, UK measures. Do you like expressions? The only winning move is not to play. Laughter. Then if you know the CES events, if the Vortex microphone comes to a slot where the user has the flag up, then laughter. Then stays past the normal limit. 30 seconds, the user pays 60 time coins and gets 60 more seconds. This repeats until the flag is set down or the time until flag is set down or time coins run out for User, the time coins paid are split evenly between the listening users. In case you want to look in addition to their normal coin for every second, this can all be done using PHP and blockchain bridges. We can use Uncon BSC or 203,252,022. PT, small 2,162,022 governance workshop audio for this meeting is available from the Jefferson Healthcare website, and theory meeting has started when 12. 1 is a sad failure. The other is a mixed studies. Hive on Genesis Nodes Global Consensus Project Experimental Pages Stats Hive Video Hive Alive Hive Blocks W/Data Hive Details Hive Hash Center Stage of Beta First Center Stage Topic Archive Unleash the Fury. Any question? Welcome to the Hive own hosted monthly global open general assembly. Port Townsend locals will be all that is left of my existence in these moments. Genesis Nodes Global Consensus Project. All things happen. Thank you for exploring Hivone and the Frame 3D universe that is Hivone in 2022. In this universe where some crazy stuff has happened, the meeting stream is not a YouTube video, so is it shareable? The city council meeting. Glow pens, where the video is on the internet. Experimental pages, stats Hive Video Hive Alive Hive Blocks W/Data Hive Details Hive on Net Development Portal. Experimental pages, stats Hive Video Hive for $1 trillion payable in land. Who controls the most real estate on earth today? This is test. No topics in this node. Jefferson Healthcare Public Hospital District Commission meeting 7,282,021. Hive Video Hive Alive Hive Blocks W/Data. Statement. We acknowledge that Jefferson Healthcare is on the ancestral and contemporary homelands of Esclallam, Kemecum, Twana and other indigenous nations, and we recognize the tribal sovereignty across the region. Conference room at Port Ludlow in for all-day Commissioner Retreat Og 9 Hive Alon down. Hive Blocks W/Data Hive Details Hive Hash Center Stage of Beta First Center Stage Topic Arc Housing Project and QFC Parking Lot Changes. JHC Parking Chief Medical Officer 8,092,021 Retreat notes added to the session. The Vortex audio verbal space is regulated by robotic facilitator and time coins when you enter a vortex. There are always 12 seats. Hive Blocks W/Data Hive Details Hive Hash Center Stage of Beta First Center Stage Topic Archive Unleash the Fury. Any question? Welcome to the Hive own hosted monthly global open general scene. One of the 1-2 seats. If you just want to listen, then you might not sit in one of the seats, but rather remain floating around. If you want to speak to individual people in the room, then you figure that out on your own. Matt Reddy invented the first Hive own robotic facilitator. Hive Blocks W/Data Hive Details Hive Hash Center Stage of Beta First Center Stage Topic Archive Unleash the Fury. Any quito listen, then you might not sit in one of the seats, but rather remain floating around. No topics in this node. Please state your name, alignment, specialties, and other info here. Durham South. Enter the Hive own development vortex right here. Hive Details new starting point for all people and organizations new to Hive own net. Where do you come from? What brings you to this location? Hive Hash Center Stage of Beta First Center Stage TMY Friend. Why truth? What do you know but cannot ever prove to anyone else? True or false? What do you know with absolute certainty? What do you know with pragmatic certainty? What do you believe is true but do not know is true? What conscious being is most in control of the pattern of events unfolding? 3 no topics in this node. Narrative 1 Hive Hash Center Stage Hello Life Center Stage of Beta First Center Stage Topic Archive Unleash the Fury. Any question? Welcome to the Hiver Narrative 2 Next GA computer program that thinks it is a human being on Earth. Test and author test Sade 1246 is the link to I guess this room. This is a test for subscription. Hello Test again test testing taught it is treasure room on April testing. Have you witnessed a person intentionally trying to evoke fury in others? Siblings, internet trolls, Tom Green, a few good men, Bethesda, Maryland. No topics in this node. He no topics in this node. Next question. Who was right and who was wrong? Something. No topics in this node. Matt Ready Net, Hivone Net, Reddit for Healthcare.org, Vortex Hivone Net, app Utopia 42 Club, at Meditation Matt on Twitter. Hivone Net, the adventure puzzle game inspired by curious. No topics in this node. Unleash the fury of the mindful activist. This is how you approach a problem and win. The Mindful Activist Episode 7 Jolly Activist Theater Activism Umbrella Revolution in Hong Kong. Occupy Port Townsend. Bank of America shut down cisgender violence and power. Stephen Colbert. How do you feel and or react when people say they just don't like you? Is anyone feeling you, or are you so experienced riding the wave of public judgment that it has no effect? What is the most important thing in life? Honesty. White House Daily Press Briefing 2017 Spicer. What question would you ask? North Korean simulated video of attacking U.S. city. Policy. Does anyone need a little support from a friend or ally? What are you most afraid of? Or to change its world? Dayathankyats and a bunapa pathwa agzadam set up and with a volunsa also went in United Reddit fat pasaklopak of kasa afya.
All right, hello out there. Good to see you all again. I want to talk to you a little bit about quantum multiple worlds theory. Are you ready? Here we go. Okay, so this is a starting point for what should we say, a quantum particle or a human life. Doesn't really matter because I've realized there's kind of there's some remarkable similarities. So if you first think about it as a quantum particle that, say, goes through a double slit or is shot at a double slit, it acts like a wave and it spreads out. The possibilities of where it ends up spreads out until when it hits the wall or measurement device, it seems to pick one spot in the possibility spectrum, and it is measured there. Okay, so here's a look at a spectrum of human narratives, human identities. Here you have a human on the left, and what you have here are different narrative sort of lines down here. So let's suppose there's, let's suppose this person has 8 friends, and each one has a identity, believes this person is a certain type of person, and they have certain judgment about them. That judgment, that story they have about this person is a narrative. One person might think this person's a hero. Another person might think this person is a loser, or there could be anything on the spectrum in between. All these people exist, so all of these narratives exist. They are all real because they all exist in a mind. Just like, this is sort of analogous to a superposition. It's a superposition of identities, of true histories, stories of this person's reality.
Now, if this person goes to a party where all 8 of these people are there, they will all get information and data that they will use to influence their narrative. And this person will come out still with so in a way, the party will appear like a measurement event for all the people there on what narrative is true for this person. But interestingly, they will all usually just confirm their narrative of the person. In a way, they find data to reinforce what narrative, or maybe some change their minds and they drift a little bit to a different side of the spectrum. But the party is a measurement event, and yet you'd come out of it with all the narratives. So another thing I find interesting about this is that not only do these narratives exist in the minds of other people about you, but often in our own minds, we have these narratives. We have a narrative in our mind that is very positive about ourselves, and we have narratives in our minds that are very negative or just very different. We have different perspectives on ourselves. So on a good day, we might see ourselves more as the hero. On a bad day, more as a loser. And even through the course of a day, when we're making choices, we may make choices that fit more in the hero line or fit more in the loser line. And so we're living in all these different narratives at one time. And then these measurement events, or whenever we encounter another person and they, along with us, sort of pick out which one of these narratives fit our identity most in that measurement event. But then we move on and we again resume being the spectrum of possibilities. And other people also might have a view of us that varies over time, and they might even be unsure. In fact, our identity might be in a superposition in our minds and their minds most of the time. And really, when someone asks, what is this person like, they pick out some measurement events, some data, and they just say this data and they fit it to one of these narratives and they say that's the person. But that's really just a little tiny slice of time and reality. It really reminds me of the measurement, the electron detector or the photon detector in a double slit experiment, how it appears that the photon or the electron is considering all these different paths. Then at the measurement event, it appears in one spot. But maybe it's very similar to identity. It's just a momentary connection between the measurement device and the identity of the photon or the electron. And then it goes right back into being a superposition of waves. So now consider this picture. This would be starting at a point in time down here in the lower left corner, a decision a person has to make. Now, if the decision is insignificant, then I think it would be like that previous picture